one.
Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand National Intercentre Competition 2022 at the Browns Bay Bowling Club in fine but cool conditions. And Alex Reid, expert commentator with me. It's going to be an interesting afternoon of bowls, both the men's and the women's games that we're covering. What are we looking at here? In fact, we have the men's leaderboard. Alex, take us through where we're at the moment.
Yes, so they've had one round today. They've played one round of singles, pairs and fours against each province, and Auckland has had a match win there. You can see they won all three games. Bay of Plenty lost their match. They won one game. Hawke's Bay was clean swept in their first match, so 0 match points, 0 game points. Marlborough, they won their match and won 2 of their games. Southland clean swept, which is interesting because they are the defending champion. And Wellington won their match and clean swept that round there.
All right, well, that's the men's leaderboard there. And we're just looking there as we switch over to the women's leaderboard. And Alex, Central Otago, which I understand is a group of friends. I mean, all teams, I guess, are friends,
Yes,
but these ones from the Central Otago region seem to have got together and really the team environment helping them.
Yeah, they're a small centre, but a very competitive centre. So I'm unsurprised to see that they won their first match up this morning, winning 2 of their games. And we see the defending champions, Nelson, losing their match.
That's a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a surprise. They would have been the favourites, or one of the favourites coming into this event with a couple of New Zealand players. North Harbour as well, a surprise to see them lose their match.
Well, it's a home greens as such.
Yes, it is. Yeah, at Browns Bay, they will have had a lot of support. So interesting stuff. It's very early on in the competition, of course, Dave. There's 4 more rounds to go after this.
So how many rounds for the remainder of today?
We'll cover this round, which is round 2, and then a round in the afternoon, which is round 3, and then 2 rounds to be played tomorrow. It's essentially a large round robin, so it's just the team that wins the most matches.
Well, how do these teams actually get into these finals?
That's a really good question. So this year, because of some mild pandemic-related issues, they were played off in zone finals. So the country was split into 6 regions, and every centre, or there were sort of 5 or 6 centres per region, played off, and the finalists sort of came through. So all of these 6 centres in the men's and women's division will have won their regional zone.
And Alex, let's have a look. Who have we got here? It looks as though it is Bowls Marlborough against Bowls Auckland.
Yes, as we see,
the drive there.
A drive shot that was from Simon Hitchcock. So the singles representative for Bowls Marlborough, it's Simon Hitchcock, and the singles representative for Auckland Bowls, or Bowls Auckland, sorry, is Mike Galloway. And Mike playing in the blue with the blue ones. I don't know what I'd call Simon's bowls, Dave.
We going more darker blue, lighter blue. This is the test Purple. For you, Alex. Now we're seeing there with Auckland's Galloway just measuring there. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so 3's been conceded, and Galloway measuring because he wants the 4th, and we see on the scoreboard, Dave, it's 10-0 to Mike Galloway. He's taking a 10-0 lead. They haven't been going very long, so that's a good start on a game as first to 25 points. Yeah.
And first to 25, is that the regular that we're looking for, or is it more 21 in the singles?
The vast majority of singles play in New Zealand is first to 21 points.
You're going to give me a great explanation here, Alex.
Yes, I'll try. First to 25, archaic isn't the word I'm looking for, traditional, there you go. It's sort of a traditional thing. It used to be played at international level, first to 25 points. So it's considered sort of a pretty fair test of who the best singles players are. So the National Intercentre is played to 25 points, whereas you'll see most other events around the country at first to 21.
Now let's have a look where Auckland's Mike Galloway has put the jack, and we'll see that in just a moment as he gets ready for his first bowl.
Yeah, textbook delivery we'll see from Mike shortly. He went to the Commonwealth Games this year, Dave.
I think he's been there a few times, hasn't he?
A return year, although he had 20 years off. He played for New Zealand in the late 90s and then won a national title in the early 2000s. Then took 20 years off watching his kids grow up and supporting their sort of weekend pursuits, and came back to the game and made the New Zealand team again. So pretty impressive to have a 20-year gap and play for your country.
Well, that's a fairly impressive first bowl. I think he'd be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much in the zone. If you look at the score now, it's 13-0. So for Mike, he's just thinking, keep the pressure on, make hay while the sun shines. And Simon will be having some different thoughts going around his head, I would say.
And the actual conditions, the running time for this particular rink, we've had mixed weather over the last week in Auckland, so I think it would still be fairly dry, though, dry out fairly quickly.
Yeah, Browns Bay have traditionally been known for having pretty slick, pretty fast greens. If you were to press me for a speed, I would take a guess at maybe 17 seconds. 17 seconds.
That was impressive enough, and this is a very impressive bowl as well, stopping just short.
Yeah, good shot there from Mike Galloway. Simon, yeah, switching his hand to his backhand side, Dave, because it's sort of the easier way to get a bowl onto the head.
Well, this is a different change, though, for Simon. He was on the other side, now he's switched across and seems to be coming in a little bit more, but too much.
Yeah, it's still slightly overplaying it. I think Mike will be feeling pretty comfy here. Simon is a man under a bit of pressure.
Quite a lot of pressure.
As we see, Mike.
Now, this has been round robin. I guess what you're after is a whole team performance rather than just one individual or a couple of come through and win. You're looking for the whole performance, because when it's all added up, how many victories you had.
That's right.
It's not just, well, we beat you. But
yeah, so if you have a look on the men's leaderboard that we can see on the right of your screen, the National Intercentre is divided. We count back on two systems. There's match points.
Right.
So the match is between your centre, and it's a fours game, a pairs game, and a singles game. And then there's game points, which is how many games you won in that match. So you can win a match with 2 or 3 wins.
Well, this is a much better bowl from Simon Hitchcock. In fact, it's going to be... Oh, I'd suggest that's the best so far.
Great bowl there under huge pressure. He was 3 down.
Well, can't even see his other two. So he's got to be very happy. And you can see a shadow. Is that the umpire? I'm not too sure. But in that shadow, someone was measuring up.
Yeah, it'll be the marker. So Mike will be asking, what's the gap between the bowl and the jack?
What are you going to do here if you were Auckland's Mike Galloway?
I think he's just going to try draw the shot here. Simon's got 2 bowls at the back, so if he hit it, the jack could go back, or he could chip it off. He's 13-0 up.
Yeah.
He's happy to drop a 1. Although if he does drop a 1, Simon will be saying, surely 13's an unlucky number, Mike. As we see, he's dorking this bowl. Look at him.
Oh, that's good. It is.
It's so close.
Oh, I think.
Goodness, that was a good bowl.
It was whether he was going to come around and be able to just fit in that little hole in between, and not quite.
Not quite managing it. So Simon's just thinking, add a bonus. He'll be thinking to himself, take a lot of green, because he doesn't want to slice the jack or slice his bowl away. So he'll just give it a chance to come back.
This one's too wide, not going to come in enough. It is.
Trying to come back.
Oh, it is.
Great shot.
Well, that's pretty impressive. That is very impressive. And Simon Hitchcock there he's got to be pretty ecstatic, albeit that he's down 13-0. It's always nice to get 1 back.
Yeah, it's a good start. 2 points. So he gets on the scoreboard, Dave, and scores 2 points, which we'll see pop up on the screen to the top left shortly. Yeah, and also I suppose while we're at the beginning of the chat, viewers may notice that there's a thumbnail on the top right of your screen. That is a pairs match going on between Auckland and Marlborough, and it is Tony Grantham and Jamie Hill playing Warren Brown and Scott Mansfield, and the score on that game is 8-7 to Marlborough after 6 ends.
And a very impressive T-shirt for the Marlborough team with the bowl at the bottom left there. It looks really impressive, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's good. It's nice to see some clubs and centres getting a bit more adventurous with their apparel.
Yeah, it's great to see. Now let's have a look at this bowl here from Auckland coming around. Where are we? Is it going to come around enough? Now, that jack's quite short, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. And I think Simon's probably throwing it shorter on purpose.
He'll
be very disappointed that Mike has gone, okay.
That's a great start.
Soon enough. So we see Simon having to switch his hand again to his forehand side.
Well, this is what he did in the last end as well, and it was very successful, albeit the other way round.
Yeah. I think what we're seeing is sort of the difference between someone who gets bowls, the first 2 bowls target. So if we think back to the last end, Mike put his first 2 bowls within a foot or 2 of the jack. And Simon went hoofing past with his 2, then drew it back. So it's just sort of about that pressure. Mike's thinking, I'm 13-2 up. I've got 1 real close. I'll chuck another 1 real close. Good luck, Simon.
Well, that's the technical term there. Chuck another one in.
Yeah.
This is looking impressive, though.
He's just waved his
Oh, it's
arms
not going
around
to
a little
quite
bit
have
there.
enough.
Yeah, be disappointed.
But then the line of sight here now for Simon and for the Marlborough side is, well, he doesn't have any line of sight. I mean, he can figure out where it is, but is he going to be able to bring it around enough?
And that's the question. Given it a chance. So we spoke about it being a fast green, so it will turn. Just down to how fast it's going when it goes past. Good shot there. That's a good bowl there from Simon Hitchcock.
So then for Auckland's Galloway, with the jack moving, so he has to adjust where he was thinking now.
Yeah, it looks like he switched to his backhand side here. He does have a good run shot on him, although I don't think that's what he's opting for. Just looking to get there or thereabouts is Mike. He's a very experienced campaigner, so he won't be taking any unnecessary risks, Dave, particularly with a scoreline like that. It is sometimes just about you drop ones and get twos.
Well, when you're up by 13-2, are you going to try and hurry it home, or are you just going to be steady? What sort of competitor would you regard him as? The steady, or hurry it home? I just want to finish this.
Yeah, Mike won't change anything.
Right.
He'll just grind you
out
of the game. He'll just keep sort of plugging away.
That's out wide, but it's coming in. You can see from the camera angle, just zooming back.
As we see this bowl.
Not enough, I don't believe.
He would have willed that on that little bit more. So holding one is Simon Hitchcock.
Now we must be close to the other rink, actually, the way we've shifted across.
Yes, yeah. So you can see sort of the outlines of the rinks on the peg. There's a peg marker on the far right of your screen. So the jack has moved close to the other side. You're allowed to go out of your rink as long as it comes back in.
Right.
So we see Galloway there. Yeah, and you're right. There's Jamie Hill just behind him.
Yeah, it's almost like they're bowling on the same one. Got to be careful walking down.
Oh, reasonable shot. That's interesting. It just went for, we'd call that a bowl going for a walk there. That was coming back in and just sort of straightened up. Might have hit something on the playing surface. Another point there.
Have you seen many bowlers come back from 13 down?
Anything's possible, and particularly
I like that neutral answer.
Particularly when you're going to, I think, a point target instead of an end target.
Right.
That's more when you see some comebacks happen, because there's more time for stuff to change. And Mike, at the end of the day, has to get to 25 points. He can't say, "Oh, I just need to hold on for another 7 or 8 ends." So I don't think Simon will be panicking yet. 8 all, yeah, 8 all on the pairs. So close to 8 all after 8, isn't it? It's a nice game.
It's very good.
Yeah, he won't be panicking yet because Mike has to get to 25. So Mike will be thinking, I need to score 12 more points to get to 25. At the same time,
it's halfway as such.
Conversely, I suppose Simon does need to score 22 points in the same amount of time that Mike needs to score 12. So it'll be interesting to see how it develops. Usually the game changes by when Mike gets to about 20. If Simon is into double figures, that might be when there's a bit of stress happening. But at the moment, they'll both just be still getting on with their work.
Now we're seeing 2 different takes here from both bowlers, one from the forehand side, one from the backhand side. But both ending up in the same position.
Yeah. Let's see Simon again.
Swing it around. Doesn't look as though, well, we haven't been feeling too much breeze out there. I don't think there's going to be too much of an effect at all.
Yeah, the conditions look lovely for outdoor bowls today, Dave. As we see Simon's one there, he's walking away from it. And we've got the women's leaderboard as well up on the score on the screen. For viewers at home, that will just continue rotating through with bits and pieces of interesting information on the National Intercentre being held this weekend.
Now we have a couple of new or newish teams into the competition, as we just see this bowl just, well, keeping relatively close so far. But who are the new or newer teams in the women's competition?
Yeah,
Alex?
or the teams that are sort of, new is probably the word. Like Gisborne East Coast will be pleased to be at the national final. They play a lot of domestic bowls. If you look at their team domestically within the centre, but don't go out a huge amount.
So a real thrill for them to actually be up against the big guns.
And they're absolutely capable. The thing about the Intercentre is that we've got lots of bowlers who, for whatever reason, can't afford or don't go to national events, so we don't know about them.
Yep.
But the Intercentre gives them opportunity to play other quite good bowlers, so they're all competitive.
So would people from the from Gisborne East Coast, would they have competed against? I'm thinking other bowling clubs within the region, maybe going up to Whakatane, probably not that high, but around that sort of
in
region.
that domestic region, yes, they'll have
right.
played a lot of bowls there, but the national stuff's not a step up, but a different thing for them. So it's good to see them here, and they've won. They didn't win their match, but they won a game in their first match, and they'll be competitive, as will Central Otago, although they have a better history of going out and about to play. So it's still a small centre.
Yep.
And it's
so they're Queenstown, Alexandra, Wanaka, I guess.
That's right. I enjoy seeing the small centres compete on the national stage. Simon Hitchcock, while we've been talking, is about to drop a 3, I would say, Dave. I'll be surprised if Mike doesn't make this one hurt.
Well, he's
disappointed with that.
Good clear view that he can either go straight on. Well, I don't think he's going to go for a drive, but he can really see where he needs to go and how far he needs to bring it around.
Yeah, he can use Simon's bowl as a guide, really. He'll go, I'll just go near that bowl, and if I've got my weight right, I'm in for 3.
Is he going to have it right?
Yep.
He is.
That's absolutely
He looks pretty happy. It was a hop and a skip along the way, and I think he can be fairly satisfied with that.
Yeah, just absolute class there from Mike Galloway.
It was the little hop and skip,
the
energy coming with it, and straight away putting down the mat. And there's the jack going out. How far is he going to want it? Is he the sort of player that would try and get the jack going deeper?
Probably, because he's so good. Sort of the longer ends, there's more that can happen to a bowl on a long end. So I would say Mike will probably default go 2 metre to 2 metre because he knows he can get there and his opposition might not be able to as often as he can.
Well, let's just see how far he has gone, how deep he has gone, and
so we see
this first.
This textbook delivery. It's a greenkeeper. It's his occupation. He's been a greenkeeper for a long time. So knows, lives, breathes, and does everything bowls, really, Dave.
So does he can recognise the grass straight away?
Yeah, he'll have an understanding.
What sort of grass are we looking at here at Browns Bay, do you think?
It'll be, well, last time I checked it was Maniatoto, which is named after Maniatoto. It's a waterweed from the South Island, is my understanding.
That's interesting that it'll be used in somewhere very near a beach. The Browns Bay Bowling Club is pretty much a hop and a skip away from the Browns Bay beach.
Yeah, so it's a fickle waterweed to manage, I think. So we have a lot of time for our greenkeepers. It's a hard thing to do.
Of course.
Any sort of greenkeeper.
Now what's he looking at here? Is he here?
Just asking how short his first bowl was. Often it can be difficult. He's 30 metres away.
Yeah. Well, I guess your judgment from that distance.
Yeah, so just be confirming. So a lot of the good players will ask a lot of questions in singles just about where their bowls are or where other bowls are in relation.
And we can see in the background there, who would Simon be talking to? One of his teammates. They're just having a little look and a little nod of the head. And this one coming around nicely. No, too strong.
Just watch it. That backhand or that side of the green doesn't seem to swing quite as much as the other side, Dave.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at that. You can see just the... well, watch it on this one here from Simon Hitchcock from the Marlborough Centre. Are we getting that swing around? And it looks as though you're correct there, Alex. We're not getting that swing around at all.
It's nice to be right once in a while.
And just that last little roll.
It's still good weight
Puts him, the closest so far.
Absolutely.
And just some tight bowling on the pairs there, Alex, because we have Auckland up at 10-8. And looking as though a good Marlborough bowl coming through. That's in the pairs. In the meantime, though...
Yeah, so just to explain what will happen with the streaming for the viewers, the initial game that we will cover on every round that we do, so we've got another round to come this afternoon and 2 rounds tomorrow morning, or tomorrow, I suppose, because one of them won't be in the morning. We'll start off on a singles game, and in the thumbnail will be a pairs game. And once the singles game is completed, if it is completed before the pairs will be brought into the foreground as the main one. I would say it's likely, unless something changes quite dramatically in this one, that we might be switching to watch the last 6 or 7 ends of the pairs, that close pairs match that's going on in the corner.
Well, we can see the score now, 16-3 to the Auckland Centre over Marlborough. And it's Galloway looking good. But these last couple of bowls, though, from Simon Hitchcock have been, well, it's really set the scene for potentially another couple of points.
See this bowl tracking out, going for a walk. So that's he's a chance here for Simon. But what he can't do is not make this one count. He'll be thinking, I've got 2. Right. I've got a bowl in my hand. I want this to be 3.
So he's going to swing around the same way again.
That's right. Looking at this bowl, he looks like he's wide to me, Dave.
Very wide on that one, and it's not going to be coming around enough.
So yeah, it's 2 points, which is good.
Yeah.
But he'll be disappointed that he didn't make that 3. You don't know how many chances you're going to get to score multiples against someone of the class of Mike
Although
Galloway.
in the last few ends that he's had, he's managed to get us 3 points from, what was it, 13-0 down. He's grabbed 3, but also had 3 go against him.
Yeah, sort of. Since we've tuned in, he's actually played quite well, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, if we're starting from fresh from 13-0 down,
yeah.
if everything was starting again,
if we'd started at 0,
yeah, we're 3 each.
Right.
as such.
And Mike just asking, so Simon has thrown a short jack.
Is it too short?
It might be. We'll see what we can hear them say. Yeah, so it is too short. So I don't remember the exact. Whoa. Oh. Oh, okay. Sorry, it was just the there was a lobbing of the jack into the green, and I felt for the greenkeeper briefly there.
Yeah, that was a shot put almost.
Apologise for the distraction. Now there's a minimum length that an end can be, and you can get a grasp for it by how far up your mat is versus how far away from the tee or the short mark the jack is. So the people are just asked.
Well, we've seen the total opposite here because this one is a lot further down, a lot deeper there from Galloway though, so switch around.
Yeah, it's long end. Simon Hitchcock on the forehand on 7 points, chasing the Aucklander.
Well, this is pretty solid. This particular first bowl spinning. Oh, just too much.
Out of camera shot, so it may have stayed on the green. There's probably a metre or 2 metres worth behind where a camera shot finishes that you can see. Mike Galloway on the backhand.
And trying to see if the backhand's going to be more successful than Hitchcock's forehand.
This is the side we think swings a bit more.
I think it is.
That one, yeah.
It's a lot more successful. And with Marlborough's Simon Hitchcock now, still going on the forehand.
Bit of a grimace when he let that one go.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too happy with that. It's going to go. It's going to fall quite short, I think. Well, still a little bit more of a run on it. Oh, that was surprising.
It's actually a great bowl.
Yeah.
He didn't like it when he let it go. He gave it a look, but it finished well.
Yeah.
Just a little smile there. And I think I thought that was so many points. It's actually 5-16.
Yeah, we may have had a little bit of an up and down there with the scoring.
Just trying to be nice to Marlborough.
Exactly.
As we see Galloway on his backhand, stalking after his bowl. This isn't far away, Dave.
Oh, that's...
Is it going to keep going?
I just turned that a little bit more. What's your thought on this? Which one's closer?
I think my instinct would be to say that Marlborough's closer because we would say that it's level with the jack.
Yeah.
Whereas Mike's is short of the jack. So
we're seeing a size 10 foot go in between almost.
Yeah. As we see, what's up on the screen here? That's interesting. So that must be from across the greens. We've got Wellington leading Bay of Plenty 10-6 in the singles. They're leading Bay of Plenty 5-4 in the pairs and leading them 9-4 in the fours. So just keep your eyes peeled if you're a viewer on our graphic on the bottom right of that screen because I think we'll see some results.
And then we've got another result here. This is then the men's Southland against Hawke's Bay. Now Southland, we're expecting big things from them as the defending champs.
Yes.
And what have we got in the singles? 12-7 Southland. The pairs, it is 8-3 Southland, and the fours, well, 4 each. Is that what we should be looking at? I mean, we're predicting the future here, but and now we're back onto this particular game. But Southland, though, you know, they're strong. They've got plenty of young talent and more experienced talent.
Yeah, they've got Sheldon Bagri-Howley, who's a stranger to no one. He played the Bowls 3-5. People like Craig Merrily, who's been around forever, Craig Tinker, Shane Elliott, you know, all classy players, and they did win this event last time.
And coming back to this
Careful, Simon.
bowl,
that didn't go very well.
Well, he was so tight behind. He had a great bowl in, right behind the jack. And we're looking now at Galloway from Auckland, just judging things where the jack has actually gone to.
That's a nightmare situation for Simon Hitchcock, holding one and giving the shot away at 5-16 down. It's not what you want to be doing. We see Galloway looking to make him pay. He'll want to rub salt into the wound, he will. Down to the weight here. If it clears the front, it's close.
Not quite, just got knocked off to the side, probably a bit too much, I would suggest.
Keep an eye out for this lovely lollipop man.
Now, what's the equipment that he's carrying? We can see from the umpire there, he's got spray, he's got a, what's he got there? There we go.
A scorecard and the thing and lollipops, and it's ironic that, there we go.
Yeah, we're looking for it.
Switched away, so two there to the Aucklander, Mike Galloway.
Galloway just not mucking around. He's just getting that jack and putting it down the green straight away.
That's what you want to do.
Well, once you've won one,
when you're up, and they're so experienced, and the flow of the game is important. So Mike will just be going, let's just keep ticking away.
So that should be 18-5 now.
18-5. Yep.
As we just
I think it's just rotating through
again
the results.
Scores again. Wellington and Bay of Plenty. It's Wellington 10-6 in the singles, 5-4 in the pairs, and they've just moved up. What have they got there? 9-4 in the fours. So Wellington all the way at the present time. See if we have got any other scores coming through shortly. In the meantime, back on the singles with Auckland against Marlborough.
He's just so relentless as Mike Galloway.
That's just pretty superb.
It's just relentless. It's very difficult to play when your opposition is consistently putting their first and second bowl within 1.5 to 2 feet of the jack.
Yeah, the consistency is the key factor there. That it's always there.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good response, albeit not quite as close, but a very good response there from the Marlborough player. And what's Galloway going to do here? I mean, it's very difficult to get it closer.
Yeah, he probably looked to go past. The way it's set up, the jack's likely to move a bit later on, so he'll just be, he doesn't like that bowl. But he would have just been looking to draw to the tee, the 2 metre mark, just behind.
That's when going too
shot.
short and too much for a turn on it.
He'll be very well.
Disappointment being not quite the word.
Disappointment isn't the word, but he would have expected himself to get closer than that. We'll see Simon Hitchcock play a very similar bowl again.
And what about in the pairs at the moment there, Alex? What have we got?
So Auckland's taken a lead there, 11 points to 8 in the pairs. It's such a strong men's pairs team from Auckland. They've got Tony Grantham, just gone to the Commonwealth Games, skipping for Jamie Hill, who has played for New Zealand before on a number of occasions against Warren Brown and Scott Mansfield from Marlborough. So if you're a betting man, you would say that Auckland would go into the favourites into that pairs match, but anything can happen, and it's been a tight one.
And don't forget that in the singles that we're watching now with Auckland against Marlborough, it is first to 25. And inching his way closer is Mike Galloway for Auckland against Simon Hitchcock for Marlborough.
How classy
That's
is
superb,
that?
isn't it? I mean, there's really, it's just like, get out of the way. I want mine closer. And I think that's the best way of putting it.
I think we'll see a run shot or a drive here from Simon. Play that split on his backhand side. He'll be looking to get rid of both the blue bowls.
You called it. Oh,
we'll call it a success. That's what
we are going to call that a success.
So it should be that Simon is holding one to the bowl that we see on our right, I reckon. We'll see if we can get a better camera angle. Let's see what the umpire's going to give us here. No.
Oh. And what's Galloway expecting? He's waiting for a call.
Yeah, so there'll be some bowls that'll be knocked into the ditch. That'll be being picked up.
I favour you.
I favour you, he says. So that means he thinks Galloway's holding one.
Right. Okay, well, let's see what he does here. Can't quite see the jack at the present time.
There we go. There'll be a bit of space, I would say. So the jack will be sort of to the bottom right of your screen, maybe 5 o'clock on your screen.
Yeah, we're seeing it there. There it comes in. But this is going to work. It is.
He's shy.
A little bit shy, yep.
I reckon it's one to Simon Hitchcock based on that camera.
I think you're one down. It's a measure.
I disagree.
Yeah, well, maybe from our angle, maybe from ground level a little bit more. Maybe.
Camera angles can be challenging, but we'll see Simon play his backhand side, but just to our right. Yeah. And he's got, here we are, see this bowl.
That's going to be.
Is he going to pick up the jack?
Oh, did that? That was just a near miss, and a very near miss indeed.
He would have been willing willing to feather it.
Stick with it.
Oh, we should see. I reckon we'll see a measure here, unless it's not close. One of the things some players do, Dave, while we wait for them to decide, is you go have a look at the head after your third bowl if it's close-ish.
Well, they're both looking here, and someone's getting down their knees. They were debating who's going to get down there.
There we go. So an outdoor, it's usually the one who wants the point measures. So Mike will be saying, I think I'm closer, so he gets to measure. He's going to his bowl first, and then going to Simon Hitchcock's. We'll see if I'm right. But pretty pleased if I am, to be honest.
And a little bit of breeze in the background. You can hear it on the mic there.
Here we go.
I see the measure, but I'll vote for yours.
There's a few smiles there from Simon Hitchcock.
Oh, one to Auckland, so he was right.
He thought he was in, and a couple of grins, but not quite in the end. So what have we got? 1 or 2 going to Auckland, that one.
Simon pulling out the old go to the toilet trick. So we see him disappear into the clubhouse.
And
the Auckland.
So is that 1 or 2 going to Auckland?
Just the one. So it'll be the Auckland player. Well, Mike will be going out to a 19-5 lead now. It's pretty. He'll be quite pleased with that, I would say.
Yeah, that was very close. Obviously measuring it, and with the jack going a little too far on this occasion.
Yeah, although if it doesn't go into the ditch, it'll just get placed on that tee. If it goes into the ditch, it would have been hiffed back for Simon. And it'll be interesting to see. Some players, if your opposition goes to the toilet, some people wait for them to come back. And other ones like to try and draw as close as they can.
It looks as though the Auckland player, Mike Galloway, will not wait.
Yeah, I think he'll be trying to draw a toucher so that when someone comes back, he goes...
It comes back and sees the ball right close.
There we go. On his backhand. He's been favouring that side. Here, Simon's back in to watch it. Here we go.
Another backhand coming around. Looks a little too quick, I think, on this occasion.
So maybe it's something that Simon's pleased to come back and see. He's actually got a meter to draw this time.
We're just switching across now to the pairs, and Alex, still the same score. A lot of talking going on at the moment.
Very serious conversation between Tony Grantham and Jamie Hill, experienced campaigners. So
fair bit of pointing as well.
So it's important when you're talking to do the pointing.
And at this end, again, we're at looking at the ball just isn't coming around as much, is it?
No.
The other end, we're seeing it really swing around a lot.
It may be that it's a slightly slower green than 17 seconds. Tell you what, I'll time the the next one.
I'm sure this is very accurate, folks.
It's one of the reasons.
I'm sure watching you can figure out if it is fast or slow.
I'm actually not sure. I asked a greenkeeper once because I figure if we talk about.
Well, this is a good bowl, though. I think we're going to hold up. We are going to hold up. That's going to be superb.
What a great shot there. If only I was timing it. We talk about the time of a green. I reckon there should be. I think there should be like a bowl that all the greenkeepers are given. That's a standard bowl. Right, I've pressed the start button. Because every bowl's different, isn't it?
I'm sure that some people have some thoughts on that, and yeah, I mean, does it really matter the timing, or is it just something that we're conscious of? That went too far.
Yeah. I'll try again.
I guess we always look at speeds of things, don't we? In every sport, it's just of an interest, sometimes more so than an actual fact that helps.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think everyone has a different perception of.
Just looking at the results here, Southland, as we mentioned before, 12-7 against Hawke's Bay in the singles. We've got 8-3 in the pairs, and still at 4 apiece in the fours. But in the meantime, this one, no swing on that at all from the forehand.
I would say it's a 16-second green, not a 17-second green. So I was a second off with my prediction. And what that'll mean for the players is that it just feels like the bowls won't turn quite as much as what they might be liking.
We've seen a change of end in the pairs. So we'll just wait for the score to update there. But in the meantime, it is Auckland with their bowl very close, very impressive. And what is Galloway for Auckland about to do now?
I reckon another toucher. He's so good. I was fortunate enough in the qualifying rounds for this event, Dave, to play pairs with Mike Galloway. I led for him. And
so you've helped him in the singles
I like
here.
to think I've contributed, but essentially I just didn't have to do anything. I played my 3 bowls, and then Mike would just go boom, 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 and it was happy days. It was very impressive.
So did it actually improve your bowling since then?
I enjoyed the experience.
Right.
I haven't actually
But
played
did you
much
feel
since
more
then,
pressure?
to be fair. I enjoyed the experience. It was interesting because I've played a lot against Mike, and
Oh, this is good. This is working.
that's a great shot there.
And it's very impressive.
Good shot.
So a nice response to what was a very good bowl from Auckland and Galloway, and in the end, it's Hitchcock who's come back strong.
He's still fighting away. I suppose when you're 5-19 down, you got to look at your game in little bits and pieces. He'll just be thinking, can I try and score 2 ends in a row?
Yeah.
Don't think, I have to score 20 points. Just think, can I get 2 ends in a row? And you do 2 ends in a row, and you go, maybe I can make it
maybe
3.
you target a particular number of points that I'd really like to get to, whatever it may be. A certain number is what you always want to.
Get the double figures.
Yeah, exactly. I've got to get to double figures, and then after that, whatever happens, happens.
You compartmentalize your game.
Yeah.
Someone's been around long enough he'll have those strategies. Otherwise, it can just look insurmountable when you're down 6-19 against someone as classy as.
And what's happening out of there in the pairs? I think we've had a little bit of a turnaround.
Just quickly, someone scored 111 points in the singles for Gisborne East Coast, and that's an impressive effort there. But yeah, in the pairs, when we saw them talking, I suppose they must have been quite a few down.
Well, they were down 11-8 at one stage, or the last time we actually saw it, but we've got Marlborough who's come back now in the pairs and lead 12-11 against Auckland.
Yeah, and that's the Marlborough player there. No, it's not. Yes, it is. So good leading there from the Marlborough team in that thumbnail with the 3 red bowls.
And in the meantime, we've seen Auckland come back with a very impressive bowl again. And that's Galloway. But in the meantime, Simon Hitchcock in the singles. So we're looking at our screens, and I think we have Gisborne East Coast in the women's against Nelson, and that is an impressive effort.
Well, that's exactly what we were talking about, isn't it? Because Nelson is a team
stacked with experience.
The superstars are the defending title holders of this National Intercentre. 11 all on the singles. Nelson leads 8-5 in the pairs, and it's 5 all on the fours. So very competitive there from Gisborne East Coast, and I do enjoy seeing. I just enjoy the smaller centres competing on the stage because they often punch well above their weight in terms of, if you think Gisborne has like 5 clubs in comparison to a centre like Auckland, which has 30 or 40 clubs. They are punching above their weight when they take these teams out, and it's good to see. And
looking ahead at other women's results, it is Wellington against Central Otago so far in the singles. Wellington 16-8, the pairs 17-2 to Wellington over Central Otago, and in the fours it is 8-5 at the present time. And back on the singles here, the men's singles, Auckland against Marlborough, and Auckland with that impressive scoreline 19-6, and Auckland again. Galloway with that bowl, how far away would you think that bowl is from the jack?
Not very.
Yeah, not very. Well, that's summing it up, I guess.
The technical term for it?
Just a couple of centimetres, probably about 5 centimetres away, maybe.
Yeah.
Looking at it from this angle, it's certainly close enough to actually give them the end, unless we see something very impressive coming out of the hand of Simon Hitchcock in this bowl.
And
so he's going to swing it around from, where's he going to come from? The forehand?
On his forehand side, yeah. He just has to try and draw as close as he can. There's nothing to hit. Everything's too spaced out. So he'll try.
Just while we wait for that to come down, it is Thames Valley leading, well, partially leading against North Harbour. 12-3 in the singles. In the pairs, 7-6. And in the fours, it's Harbour leading 8-3 as that one falls very short.
Now, if Mike was closer to 25, he'd be very tempted to just roll Simon's second shot out and score a 4.
Yeah.
But because he's on 19, so it's 6 points clear, he'll just try and make it 2 here. He's on 21 then. So he'll be thinking, from Mike's point of view, he'd like to play maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 more ends and then call it a day as we see this bowl. What a lovely effort. It was nearly a bonus shot. Well, he might have hit his bowl in for second shot, the one on there.
Well, that's it. When he got so close so early on, he didn't really need to do too much with the rest, did he?
That's the thing. And when you're up, when you're in the situation that Mike's in, it's not about being fancy anyway. You're 19-6.
Well, he's just about got to wait for the umpire to get it out of the way to actually put the jack down on that occasion, as he's pretty quickly.
So just chucking bowls as close as he can. Probably shorter than he would have liked that to be, but it won't worry him.
We're just going to move that onto the line. And away we go, 21-6. I just mentioned that Thames Valley in a real battle with North Harbour in the women's results. At the moment, it's only Harbour leading in the fours. However, the other two, the singles and the pairs, are really advantage certainly in the singles and very tight in the pairs at the present time.
Yeah, and it'll be an interesting battle that pairs as Marlborough has taken the lead there. We see Mike Galloway again with his first bowl. What, 3 feet away? 3 feet?
I might be overly impressed with that and thinking that I can do better than that, but still, I'm on 21.
Good enough start, and you start off with that and you know you're in the area because you'll think, well, I know I can do exactly the same as my first bowl at a minimum. So there's only room to improve. With Simon still punching away here, though.
He's doing well on this one.
Not lying down. A good first bowl.
So here's Galloway going on backhand side, I believe.
Yep.
And
beautiful delivery.
It just looked so smooth, didn't it?
Yeah, that's just how it comes out of his hand.
So when you did play pairs with him,
yes,
and earlier and Intercentre, I was saying about the pressure. Did you feel the pressure to actually play well when you were playing with him?
To be fair, I was just quite excited to get a chance to be in his team.
You thought you were going to have a winning chance?
Yeah, so happy days. We've played him a lot in the Auckland region. It's very competitive, the Auckland Centre. So I've lost a few games and taken a couple of scalps. So it was nice to get an opportunity not to get beaten up by Mike Galloway and just to play in his team.
And who else did you come up against? What sort of other clubs or teams?
So it was the zone playoff,
right,
or the regional playoff. So we played Northland, North Harbour, and someone else was who we played.
Big counties maybe, or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. We played 2 or 3 games that day. It was very, very cold, very windy and very fast greens up north somewhere we played to qualify for...
Up north somewhere.
Nice and specific. To qualify for this, I was
yeah,
last minute calling because one of the players was struck down temporarily.
So one of the players, if we look at the Auckland team, who replaced you? So you didn't make it into that team as such.
I was technically Martin Dixon.
Okay.
So I was.
He's playing in the...
So he'll be in the fours. He will. If they go well, I'll let them know that I was of assistance.
Exactly.
And if they don't, we won't talk about it.
Well, let's have a look here at this particular where the bowls are situated, because... Just wait for Mike here.
Yeah.
But where the bowls are situated, we seem to have 3 there from Marlborough, just behind the jack.
Yeah, it'll be tempting here. There'll be a temptation to hit.
Right.
Because you're 2 or 3 down, and from the end that Mike's at, he'll just see a group of bowls. He'll be tempted to hit it on his backhand. That's what he's going to do.
He looks as though he is. It's a big wind-up almost.
We should see this head be absolutely destroyed by this bowl.
And
square and follow.
Oh,
that's okay.
Almost came off, but he got the second one rather than the first one.
He was a bowl wide of his target, so his bowl tracked out.
He's going to lose this end unless something disastrous happens. He's going to lose this end at what will be a 2.
A 3. He should drop a 3 because Simon will be wanting to make this one
count.
That's what you were talking about. For Simon, he'll be thinking, "Oh, I can get to 10 now." It's an achievable goal is for me to get to 10, and once you get to double figures, go right.
You never know.
Let's try and get to 15 points.
And maybe against another competitor, it may put more pressure on them. Probably not against Auckland's Mike Galloway, but against a lot of other people. That pressure of, gee, my opponent's got 10 now.
Yep, anything can happen.
They had nothing before.
I remember I commentated a national singles semi-final between Shannon McElroy, who's our world champion, and a guy called... Oh, no.
We'll come back to that, whoever it was. But, I mean, you commented on what happened there with the scoreline.
Shannon was maybe 19-3 up. It's a famous game, and he lost that game, 21-19. He's a squash player from Hamilton. I was going to interview him on the radio. I'll tell you his name when it comes to me. I always forget his name. He's good friends with a guy called Scott from Balmoral.
Okay.
And his name always just flits out of my head.
We'll come back to that, but in the meantime, we're looking at Marlborough and Auckland, and I think there was Marlborough now 13-11. We're on the 12th of 18, They've been going out quite wide, and it looks as though on this occasion Auckland will probably win this end, but we'll come back to that as we progress.
The man's name was Tony Fabling, by the way.
Right, there we go.
Which I obviously knew.
And we're looking at it. Sorry, we're looking at a drive here, and we're just switching there for a second onto the pairs.
The drive was from the Marlborough team, so that means Auckland is holding a number. As we see in that little thumbnail, Tony Grantham on his forehand side.
Let's have a look with waiting for the ball to come in here as we check with the pairs for a moment. With Marlborough 13, Auckland 11, and I think this one's come in nicely there for Auckland. It has.
Beautiful shot there. And we just have a look at the singles now.
Going across.
There's stuff happening left, right and centre, Dave, but Simon's showing us a bit of a second win there.
I think he's got to get to that double figures, no problem at all.
Yeah, it's interesting here from Galloway because he's what we would call within check-out range. So he's 4 points away from winning this game. It's first to 25.
Yeah.
You can score 4 points on one end. So he's within check-out range. So there will be opportunities for him to score.
But he's
numbers.
a very patient man. He's got to take his time, isn't he?
I think he will. I think that's what we'll see. I think we'll see him just plod away. He's getting frustrated there, is Mike.
What's he frustrated with?
There'll probably be someone walking around in his eye line because lots of players, when they take their green, look at the ditch area.
Now we've got to switching across to the pairs for a second. The ball coming up very, very wide.
So Sam must have played a run shot and popped the jack out there.
Yeah, it's very much popped out. It's almost like if Galloway went for a backhand, he'd probably hit it first.
Might be easier to draw to. So I think we'll see them wait for that to finish, perhaps. Something's going on.
Can't quite hear it at the moment, but looks as though in the meantime we'll keep an eye on the pairs. And no, the pairs have finished that one.
Yeah. Yeah. So then Mike can play. There you go. So that will just been in his line of sight.
And looking at Auckland's Mike Galloway, significant lead, but just having it chipped away from Scott Hitchcock from Marlborough. And I don't think this is going to come in.
He might be biding his time here. Mike might be thinking, oh, I'll put a couple of bowls sort of past it, and then I can move the jack back to where my bowls are. So it's not a horrible bowl. Although at the end of the day, Simon is holding two there, I suppose.
Yeah, I think he's got two at the moment. It would have to be fairly dramatic to not get those 2 points at the moment.
We go, be looking to make this one count as a third shot, looking to rest.
Well, is he going to actually push this Galloway's bowl up way? Not quite. It
was perfect weight, just didn't quite manage it. And now we may see with this third bowl, Galloway be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, so he's
is
he sizing this one up? He is.
He's got that classic pendulum swing.
Let's look for it.
Who's down the green? He's wanting it to hold. He's close here. Is Mike Galloway.
Oh.
Why didn't the other bowl go?
Oh, he got one, but not the other.
The other one actually rocked.
I don't understand why it happened, how his actual bowl just shot between everything else.
It's like he defied the laws of physics there, Dave.
Just about. I mean, how did it fit through there? Didn't look as though it had that much space at all, but, well, it was worth a go, and I still believe he's going to... So there'll be one that he's going to have against him, isn't he? Or is he going to get two?
Depends how much this one comes down.
I think it'll go... Well, this can be a two.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see a shot selection here because if you've played a run shot, it can be hard to switch immediately back to a dead draw. So we may see still a reaching bowl, maybe on Mike's forehand, which is to our left on the screen. Here we go.
That's the third.
Fourth shot he's asking for.
Two. Not four.
He's asking for fourth shot because he wants to hit it. And if he removes the first three, who's got fourth? So, there we go.
How much advice is someone like Galloway? It's almost like if you were playing golf and your caddy says do this and you think, well,
it was more to save him from walking up the other end to have a nosy. So he said, do I have fourth shot? And if the answer to that is yes, we'll see him hit it quite hard, which is what he's going to do, because he can afford to lose the first three bowls and still count with his fourth one. So we'll see him give it a proper smack here. Let it go smooth. That is unbelievable.
That's fantastic. He got one on the other side, and then he got one on that side, and clears everything he wanted.
Oh, just
Fantastic
a little there
bowling.
from Galloway. So he's cleared out.
What's he going to get here, Alex? Is this a 3?
No, Galloway will drop one there because he left one of the.
All right, yes, he still left one. But he had a drive on one, knocked one away, and then on the other side as well. It's like, I'll just switch sides where I want to go.
He hit them both well. He could have got a better result, but you can't do much about the result. You can just put it in the right area. So,
but even if you lose that, it still must feel good for him to be able to knock one, knock two.
Precisely, because he won't be thinking, oh, I missed. He was right in the area. So give him 10 goes at it, he's going to hit it 8 times out of 10.
Exactly. Well, let's have a look now at our women's results, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. And we're looking at Wellington against Central Otago. Looks as though the singles 16-8, it's pretty comprehensive. In fact, the pairs is even more comprehensive, 17-2. And the fours, well, that's a bit tighter there with 8-5. Wellington ahead of Central Otago. As we also look at the pairs, Alex, we're still continuing on with that score for the pairs, for the men's pairs. 13-11, Marlborough ahead.
Yeah, it's been a great game of pairs to have on in the...
Interesting to have a left-hander on the drive as well. I think we can see there.
Yeah, looks like he's tight in that pairs one. He held a lot up.
Oh. So that was...
That's a slice of heaven there for the Marlborough skip. Getting a little feather off the front bowl, straightening it up onto the jack. And his leg going, that'll do, which is fair enough.
And switching back to the singles now, and it's double figures for Marlborough and Simon Hitchcock. And well, he's made it that far anyway.
Yeah, he's reduced his
deficit is
deficit. I think when we tuned in, he was 13 points behind, and now he's 11. The issue being that Mike only needs to score 4 more for the game to stop.
So Mike Galloway for Auckland could actually wrap this up at this end.
Yep.
Although he's going to have to do something fairly impressive in the next 3.
Yeah, this is a good bowl.
This is impressive.
He'll almost be thinking, oh, get it done in 2. His bowls bags down that end. So come in this direction, score 1 or 2, go in that direction, score 2, and then call it happy days. He's drawn the shot there.
And what have we got there with Thames Valley against North Harbour, Alex, and the women's result? Is there something
that's
pretty straightforward? We're fairly tight still, aren't we?
Yeah, interesting, the Thames Valley singles player is leading 12-3.
And who's that going to be against? That would be Goddard?
I would say so. What we don't have is access, just for the viewers at home. The way the Intercentre works is you name 8 teams, or each centre names 8 players.
Right.
And on the day, you tell the controller of the event who's playing where, and you can also change it between games. So you rate,
So if Galloway finished this in time, could he then be ready for?
He couldn't hop across to something going on at the same time.
Right.
But if they felt like Galloway would be better in the fours or the pairs for the next round this afternoon, he could be moved across to there.
Right.
You can switch it all around. And your 8th player, because there's only 7 playing, your 8th one can come in as well. Okay. So you can reselect your team after each round that has been played, and your 8th player can
so there is quite a bit of tactics there.
Can hit it? Oh, good bowl there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can use it as much as you want to. Some teams like to just pick 7 and go, this is my fours, pairs and singles combinations, and that is what it's going to be. And other teams go, we're going to change it around a little bit.
And that may depend on conditions or the pressure or
number of factors.
Knows, just
number of
how
factors,
the people are feeling, for instance.
Absolutely. So we saw a great bowl there from Simon Hitchcock, driving out all of Mike Galloway's counting bowls. So Simon should be holding 1 here unless Mike can get the shot back, rest it back.
It's going too deep. No, too wide. Staying wide still. Don't think it's going to come in anymore. No, it's not.
It's hard to tell from this angle.
I still think that Marlborough with the lighter cover we're going to be okay there.
No, 1 to Auckland there. We see a red pedal.
Oh.
I'm going to blame the camera.
Goodness,
camera angle,
well, our eyes on that one not quite working.
I was wrong last time as well. Mike will be happy with that. He's not stopping rot, but he's stopped at two or three ends in a row, isn't he?
Taking his time as such, Mike Galloway and the Auckland player for the Intercentre competition 2022. We're at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. That's on the Auckland's North Shore. quite a way up, I guess, North Shore. Very close to the beach as well, nice beach.
Mm.
And just probably about 50 metres away, really.
There's a very nice sushi shop somewhere around there.
You're thinking about food, aren't
Yep.
you? That's
What a surprise. A lovely area, for sure, and a very well regarded bowling club.
Yeah, no, it's a bowling club which I'm not sure of their membership, but it's got a good solid membership, I think is probably the best way to describe
They're
it.
a large club, and they've played host to national events on and off for probably the duration of their existence as a club. We've had national events hosted by them, and the Intercentre obviously, and the Interclub later on in November will be hosted by Browns Bay. So they're known for their beautiful greens and nice clubhouse. It's a good place to go and play bowls.
And those two bowls very close together there.
They run a famous ham tournament there, Dave, sponsored by a man who I've forgotten. But you go there and you're pretty much guaranteed a ham. It's a fantastic tournament.
Goodness. That's, that sounds like a good tournament. Take note of that, everybody. Take note of that.
Get your entries in now, but it's they run a good tight ship there at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, as we see Mike Galloway chuck another bowl there or thereabouts. Pretty good.
They're both using the backhand side here. I'm just wondering if Hitchcock's going to switch around here. Isn't it? No.
Staying on the same.
A lot of spin on that particular bowl.
As we see it. It's interesting watching the coloured bowls now.
That's better, much better.
Yeah, good job. So up until about 20 years ago, all the bowls were black or brown, Dave. And it was then that there was an innovation. We could add colour because a bowl's just a plastic, which is compressed into the shape that it is. So they started adding colours, and then a few years ago someone had the bright idea that you could put 2 or 3 colours in a bowl, and now we have these sort of stripy things. It's a love 'em or hate 'em situation.
Well, I think as a visual for people
Great bowl
on TV, that is it makes it just so much more visual for anybody, and it just you can differentiate between us and them, or that player or that club or whatever you need. And this one's coming out wide, but it should come back in nicely, perhaps a little bit too quick. No, it's good.
Great shot there from Simon Hitchcock, trailing the jack back. That's fantastic stuff. He still thinks he's got a chance in this game.
Indeed. Well, he's taking his time, or in fact, Auckland, and Mike Galloway's taking his time as such to get to that 25 after leading by 13 points to 0.
He laughs about it now, but you know, if he can just get himself into the teens, it'll be interesting. And that Pearce game still close on our top right corner of our screen.
It's remarkable. Really, Auckland getting one back again. They were leading 11-8, and then it switched around to...
Galloway on the drive, just quickly. Sorry to interrupt you. Down it comes.
No.
Missed a swing and a miss there from Mike Galloway. And we will see Simon Hitchcock score... Well, he should score 3 points here because he's got 2. You'd be surprised if he doesn't get it within a metre. Onto that
he has
13.
switched sides as well. No, has he switched? Yes, he has.
Switched to his forehand just so that he doesn't hit... You'd hate to hit one of the blues up on your backhand side.
And no good. It's going to have to really swing hard.
It's coming back, I reckon. I reckon he's got it. Good shot there.
That's very good.
It's
so
a 3.
he just he won't go away.
No, he won't. I feel like the momentum's actually shifted here.
Right.
It's interesting. It's interesting. So it's 13-22 is the score to the Auckland player, the Auckland centre, Mike Galloway.
And
you'd still have him,
go on this?
Yeah, you'd still have him as a favourite because he can still go out in one end. So what Simon can't afford to do is not do what he's been doing, if that makes sense. There's a lot of not doings, but he can't afford to have a loose end, can he? You know, he has to play well for the rest of the game. And if he does that, he's got a chance. But if he blinks, he will drop a 3. And
well, let's have a look how far down the jack went, and I think just see that come in.
Pretty short.
Yeah.
It's just where he's been.
But this is not bad though. It's very good. The first bowl just swinging around, probably about 50 centimeters maybe.
Yeah, it's good enough. We'd say that was roughly the right weight.
Roughly the right place. Roughly, I like that. In the meantime, in the pairs, wow, Alex, we've got the jack jammed up against a complete huddle of balls.
Yeah, it's been great competition. You can see just on the right of that thumbnail, Neville Hill, who's the Auckland coach and selector.
Right.
the father of the lead for the
Yes.
Auckland Peers.
I've seen the left-hander there. Now, it's very, very close. A complete huddle around of everything there.
So it's a very tight head there. Auckland holding on that hen though, and they are trailing 12-13 after 12 ends of 18 in the Peers, so a very tight game.
And just a couple of results, as you can see there, Southland looking still. Oh no, we've had Hawke's Bay come back a little bit against Southland, the men's 14-15 in the singles. So a nice little comeback. They were back there. And in the pairs 17-9, and still very close in the fours between the two districts. In the meantime, back onto the singles here, 22-13, and that's a great bowl from Galloway.
Bowl. Yeah. He's going to have given you a bit of hope.
Yeah, so maybe we can wrap this one up fairly quickly at this rate, because he's got two quite close. In the meantime, Marlborough's Hitchcock seems to be really hope for some swing, and it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, hoping for it to come back.
It's going to be anywhere near
So
enough. Oh, it's close.
Southland, if we look at those scores, they're the defending champions in this event, and they lost their first match to Wellington, and they were clean swept in that match, Dave. They lost the fours 19-8, they lost the Peers 16-13.
Fairly close in that singles, though.
They lost the singles, 25-22. So they would have been pretty disappointed with that start as the defending champions.
We're just looking through some of those singles scores, and most of them have been
close as,
yeah, very close. What was that other one there? We have 25-23 and then another 25-23 as we sort of just zoom through the singles scores, and it looks as though the majority have been quite close.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure this one's going to be that way in the end, because the way that Auckland's Galloway is bowling in this particular end, looks as though he could, well, I don't think he's going to, is he going to wrap it up
see
here?
The disappointment on his face there. He wanted that to be 3.
Yes, and then he could really wrap it up, but I think he's probably going to get 2 at this rate.
Yeah, that's what I said when Simon needs to, he can't blink. You know, he's just had a slightly looser end. He's now 2 down. It's only within, Mike's put 2 bowls within 1.5 foot or 2 feet.
Yeah.
That's pretty good stuff. So Simon needs this 4th bowl to count. He's going to look to hit the shelf.
I think it's...
He's close here.
Oh.
Great bowl.
That's good. Where's
the
the
question is, did it go out of bounds?
I think it has.
Yeah, the marker indicating that the jack has gone outside of the rink confines, and now they can decide where they want to play it from. So usually the players are just walk down this end and play it from this end, but if one of those players wanted to take all the bowls back, they'd have to do so. So we saw a big inside out there from Tony Grantham in the Peers thumbnail. Inside out is, I didn't put that on the glossary. It's a shot that you can play like a large wick or something. It's a good bowl. So 13-22 is the score.
Oh, goodness. Could have almost wrapped it up there, Auckland and Galloway. He had the opportunities.
Simon just not going away.
He really isn't. And let's see what he can do with this first one. As we look at the women's results, and Alex, here's a good one. The singles 11 each against Nelson.
Yes.
It's going to be... the singles results really do seem to be just so tight across both men's and women's. I think we've had a couple of others there. We did have a 24-25. Who was that there? In
the round 1, there was a 24-25.
In fact, there was 2 of them, I believe.
Yeah, Thames Valley and Gisborne East Coast.
So that was in the women's there?
One of those players embroiled in another close game. Gisborne East Coast lost on that occasion on the first round. And the other 24-25 was Thames Valley.
Valley.
Same one. Yeah, so we looked at the same one.
So just to repeat there.
That would make sense. So yeah, you're right. There's some close games going on. I think just indicative of...
Is it singles that really lent itself to that more so than anything else, or was it just on this occasion of this 2022?
I think we know that all of these singles players are parts of teams that have already won an event to get here.
Yeah.
So we know they will know that they're all capable of beating each other. So
and as we look across the majority of the names who are probably going to be selected or have been selected, that they are quite often New Zealand reps or have been close to
very successful players. They will have had 10, 15, 20 years worth of experience at a high level, all of these singles players. So it's not surprising that we're seeing close games happen.
And looking here, we're seeing a close bowl. And let's see if
Simon Hitchcock again.
He's going to have to really bring that one around.
Yeah, with Mike on, or with the Auckland on 22 points, Simon won't really want them to score anymore. Three's hard enough to score on an end. You probably aren't going to drop a 3. But if Auckland scores another point, you might drop a 2.
Right.
You know, on a last bowl, particularly because Auckland's going to have the last bowl almost every end from now until the game is finished.
I did quite well with that last one there from Hitchcock. It's not close enough, but it was accurate.
He did. If Mike can get this one to stop, not quite. So he's only holding the 1.
Yep.
I think Simon has to get rid of this.
Are you going, so you're thinking on the drive, or are you going to be, is he going to go the back?
Depends how comfortable he's feeling. I'd probably try and drive it off the shot bowl. It's if you clear Simon's short bowl at 12 o'clock, you've got rid of Mike's. So you're guaranteeing you're only going to drop a 1.
Yeah.
If a miracle happens and Mike misses,
I don't think you've got to be right. No, I don't think
he's having a run shot. So that's a better weight. If he goes on to this one, something good might happen.
Oh, no, it's not enough.
Just about, but yeah, unsuccessful there. So we will see.
Accurate at knocking one of his own out of the way.
Just a little bit tight, a little bit narrow. So Auckland will go to at least 23 after this end.
And in the pairs, what are we out there?
13 all, both on an unlucky number as the pairs. The Marlborough lead, playing some good bowls. Every time I've looked over, the red bowls have been pretty close there. Mike Galloway here back on the main screen, looking to draw a bonus shot, make this one count.
And it is going to count, I believe. Yes, I believe it is going to count.
I think it should. Not quite. If it had sat down, he would have held in for 24, but on to 23 is Mike Galloway.
This is, I wouldn't say it's painful, but it's it's so gradual the way that he's getting there.
Yeah.
Particularly after leading, what was it, 13?
13-0 he was up.
It was.
That can be one of the things with singles, and Mike will understand how to cope with it. It's what you see in experienced players. But the flow does change because it's unlikely that you can play for 2.5 hours at the same level.
Yeah, and that's the thing we've also got to recognise for Marlborough's Simon Hitchcock is that against such an experienced and good opponent that you can't let up because he will run away with it, as he did to start with, and or he'll just take his time and get you that way. So it's been interesting to watch how Hitchcock from the Marlborough Centre has had these bursts at the Auckland player. Yeah. But really he needed to be that way all the time. Imagine if he had have got a few points earlier on.
That's precisely it. And I think, sometimes it's just what happens, isn't it? Mike, check another one there or thereabouts.
Yeah, another very good bowl.
Yeah,
solid.
We haven't really
solid.
seen him play any properly loose bowls. He hasn't missed anything but more than 2 or 3 feet, which is indicative of how well he's playing.
That just puts the pressure on your opponent that they've always got to step up all the way through.
Absolutely.
And just looking at our other contests this afternoon, Alex, what are we going to be looking at? Our other contests for this afternoon?
We're watching a women's matchup between Gisborne East Coast and Wellington this afternoon, which should be good to watch.
It would be good to actually get some real good vision of the East Coasters, as we see another good bowl from Mike Galloway for Auckland. A little bit further away, but still, again, very solid. Now let's see what this Marlborough Centre can do. Simon Hitchcock, very slow one there.
Yeah, so what we will do, just quickly, Dave, is at the completion of this game, if it is completed shortly, we will cut to an advert break, and then we will come back on very shortly, within 30 seconds to a minute, and we will follow the end of the pairs game that's going on in the thumbnail to your top right.
Certainly a tight one on the 14th end.
It'll be an exciting finish for sure. As we see Galloway looking to get one closer than his first 2.
And it looks as big good. I think it is going to be good. It's coming round just a little bit more.
Great shot.
And it just sort of seemed to have that little wobble on it. Little wobble, but very close.
That's perfect.
What are you going to do here for Simon?
I think he has to try and kill the jack. I think he's got 2 bowls to kill it, and you either kill it or you lose. I think that's pretty much the situation here.
What an option.
You know, it's a big ask to try and get within. Yeah, there we go. Good bowl.
Oh,
good shot. And there's the jack on the. It turned up on the on the thumbnail side. And a good bowl there from Simon Hitchcock. So he'll go into that mode. You know, Mike Galloway is within 2 points of winning the game. So if after 2 bowls, Mike has a bowl within, say, a foot of the jack, I think we'll see Simon just have 2 drives and just back himself to kill it or lose, sort of thing. It's that sort of situation, and that strategy can work, and you see it come into play quite often. They go back.
We are awaiting the score to change on the pairs. In fact, we're waiting a couple more. Let's have a look there.
Must be another bowl to go. Oh yeah, we can see someone on their forehand.
It's coming around. Boy, that's quite scattered. It looks as though it's going to be too much too early.
Yeah, it's coming across the head, so he had good weight.
And the Aucklanders not
be a
too happy with that
couple
one, I
there.
don't think.
Yeah, they didn't look thrilled. We see Marlborough score. Keep an eye on that. We'll see what that updates to, but it's a very close pairs match.
In the meantime, we just inch our way to a result here. It really is.
Bit by bit, pulling teeth. It'll be interesting to see. I'd be interested to see what the fours situation is between the Auckland men and the Marlborough men, because that will inform us how the match is going. Because like we spoke about at the beginning, the Intercentre has decided first and foremost on match wins, and a match takes place between the singles, the pairs, and the fours. So,
and at this rate, we should. Well, we think that Galloway's going to take this one out for Auckland.
If the fours is close, it's very conceivable that Auckland could win the singles, lose the pairs, lose the fours, and lose the match.
Yeah. Because at the moment, the pairs, well, that could go anyway with 15-13 for Marlborough over Auckland. This should go to Auckland. And the fours, well, we don't know about that just yet.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
What's happening there in the women's? Are we looking for an upset in the singles?
21-13 to Gizzy East Coast. Yes, it's
against Nelson.
It's heading that way. I'll be very pleased.
Well, very
with
similar
that.
to what we've got here with the men's.
And up in the fours as well. So the defending champions in the women's section. Nelson under a lot of pressure, having also in the women's, they lost their first match too.
Oh, wow.
To Central Otago. They lost 25-8 in the fours.
We don't seem to have a
in the pairs.
leader at the moment in either one. Like one team that has won their first, dominated their first, and then dominating the second, do we?
Yeah, no clear one. It'll be interesting to see after 2 rounds how the situation is, or what the situation is. But interesting that the 2 defending champions, Southland and Nelson, both lost their first round match this morning.
Well, they might be struggling with the Auckland Greens.
Yeah.
And just bring that one around nicely.
Galloway, great shot.
Just a little touch, a little kiss.
Should be holding 2 there. Well, it's a bit of room, so now Simon will be thinking maybe I need to, maybe I can still draw that.
Let's have a look at the view, the bird's eye view as it was there.
Like
a player view.
Doesn't look thrilled with it. Waiting for it to come back. It might. It's actually on quite a good track if he's got the speed.
I think he should be quite happy with that.
How's his weight?
Yes. Or I'm saying no.
Maybe. Yeah, I think no too. But I've been wrong twice.
Went from yes, no, and maybe. And you can see there, folks, it looks as though Marlborough may be okay.
Mike Galloway asking, what's the situation?
What's he going to do? Is he going to bring it around on his forehand?
Oh, that's a nice camera angle. I think it actually looks like one to Auckland from that camera angle. And then we see back there. I have no idea who's holding the shot, but it doesn't change what Mike's going to do.
No.
He'll just be drawing as close as he can on his forehand side. As we see this bowl, it's a lovely line, beautiful track. I think he's got it.
Good.
I think he's got it.
It is. It really is, and it's in very nicely. Just ekes its way in, and we're going to have to give that one to Auckland. Is this going to be it?
He's holding the match, so this is the bowl to save the match, Dave.
What are you going to do if you were Marlborough here?
Hit.
Well,
he's going to try and go through Mike's shot bowl and see if he can get some jack movement. We see the bowl. Here we go. He's not far away. Simon Hitchcock
good.
on the drive.
Oh.
Cleared some of them out.
Cleared everything else, but not what he wanted. So is that a 1?
It's a 1 there to Mike Galloway. So he's inched that little bit closer again.
And again, we are enjoying it, but we're just watching it just go slowly to get there as Marlborough just, wow, just not able to quite get what he wanted. And it is Galloway, one more.
One more.
This is after leading by 13-0 to start with, effectively. Just raced out to that lead. And then we had a little bit of a period where Marlborough came back a little bit and came back quite strong for a while. And here's Galloway, just a few little comments there.
Yep, just trailing along. I have seen it done, Dave, and Mike won't do it, when they're within 1 point of a win, to pull the mat up as far as it will go and throw the jack to the 2 metre mark and then put the jack in the ditch with the first bowl. And that becomes an unbeatable shot. So if Mike wanted to, it's
a lot of forward thinking, isn't it?
It is. I've seen it done. Some of the young Australian guys do it. It's become more of a thing to do since the rise of the Bowls 3-5 format and the BPL in Australia, which is short, sharp games. And if you put a jack in the ditch with a bowl next to it, it's unbeatable. You can't get closer than that.
Hadn't thought of it that way, but it is a audacious sort of young thing to do.
It's sort of something that's become more common to see. I've seen it done a few times, and if they are feeling,
it almost wouldn't have been kosher, or it wouldn't have been not morally right in the past.
It's not as bad as doing an underarm delivery in cricket.
Well,
let's not go that
anymore,
far. But certainly, probably
it's pushing the boundaries, I guess,
yeah.
from what would have been done in the past.
It's something that's within the rules that probably wasn't considered when the rules were made. I would say.
Yeah.
As we see Galloway here,
it's all too straight. No,
it's just a little bit heavy, really. He wants it to. Yeah.
Well, they just had a little cuddle there in the corner.
It's 3 great bowls. It's just the jack isn't anywhere near.
Yeah, exactly.
Near them.
Very accurate. But in the meantime, it is Marlborough's Simon Hitchcock. Where's he going to bring it around? He is bringing it around nicely on that 1. I think this will actually fit in. It is. It's very nice. Touches the jack. And a little touch there. We've got a bit of chalk. There we go. Spray on chalk. In the meantime, we just had a huge drive in the pairs. Didn't really do too much damage in the end. As we look at Marlborough, still ahead 15-13, and a bit of booting the bowls away. We'll wait and see what the score is going to change to here. In the meantime, it is 1 point away, and this may help him get there. I think it is going to help him get there.
Good shot there from Mike Galloway.
That is going to take him to the lead, unless we can see Marlborough Simon Hitchcock do some damage on this one. Where's he going to go? Around on the backhand. The swing, look for it to come in. I don't think it's going to come in enough at all.
No, he's got 1 more bowl with Mike Galloway holding the win, and we've got the fours score as well, Dave. It's 14-10 to Auckland after 12 ends.
Ooh.
I think they play.
Well, that's not very decisive.
No, it's not very decisive. They play points. What do they play? 15 ends in the fours, so they've got three to go. And they're 14-10 up. So we see Galloway. He'll be thinking, surely.
Yeah, please don't come at me
surely
again.
I can hold on to this 25th point.
In the meantime, it's Marlborough's Simon Hitchcock, and can he?
Tell you what, if he removes the shot bowl of Mike Galloway, he'll score a 2 or 3
exactly.
here.
He's got a couple there.
A big chance.
So what is he going to do here, Alex? Is he going to take it around to the... It's straight. No, he's going for it.
He's wide.
No,
he's
too
wide.
much. Too much. That is it. It is indeed 25-13. Auckland over Marlborough in the singles. And that is Mike Galloway over Simon Hitchcock. And, well, it took a little while. And that's no disrespect to either player. It was just that we had that time period there where Marlborough came back at Galloway, and a shake of the hands there. And he just, I wouldn't say dragged it on, but he had ways to finish it, but he just couldn't quite finish it because Marlborough was coming back at him. And that is, well, 1 match to Auckland.
Yeah, one of the games to Auckland, and we will see. We'll go to an ad break shortly, I think, Dave. And upon return, we will watch the Auckland men's pairs take on the Marlborough men's pairs as we see the congratulations go to Mike and Simon.
And yeah, Auckland over Marlborough in that particular men's singles.
Today we're making new friends. We're building a community. And we're still doing all the things we love. We're getting the most out of every day. One day we'll rest, but not today.
Oh, I think we're back, Dave. That was good. A good ad break there for the Somerset Retirement Villages, and we do thank them for their...
fairly quickly indeed. And we have 16-13 Marlborough and the pairs up against Auckland. And there'll be competitors just walking down. And Auckland just wiping the hands, saying, looks as though that one's gone.
He came back, but not.
And let's see what we've got here.
So, what are we doing? Oh, that's just the leaderboard. Yeah, so we've got 3 ends or 2 ends to go after this, Dave. And the fours, so the singles went to Auckland. So one of the 3 games in the match has gone to Auckland. So Marlborough needs to win this game and the fours to win the match. And they are currently leading this game. And the fours, they're trailing 14-10. So it's going to be a tight finish. And a good head here from Marlborough. They're the red bowls and whatever colour that bowl is.
That is more of the, I will call it bluey black at the moment
Cool.
for you.
Those two, so a good start. And the lead playing very well.
So just because Auckland won that singles there, doesn't mean that much because this one's so tight. And as you mentioned there, Alex, the fours also are very tight. And Auckland, having a tough tussle. In the meantime, though, also Southland having a bit of a tussle as well. And let's see this one come around a little bit with 16 of 18 ends. So it is really coming down to another very tight finish, but it's Marlborough who just hold that lead. And that Auckland bowl, though, is fantastic. Coming around, just dropping itself in front. We've got coming up here, we've got Auckland explaining.
Yeah, so a great shot there. And we see Tony Grantham on the forehand. It's close for one. He's recently returned from the Commonwealth Games, is Tony.
And was this one going to sit, Alex? It's going to sit well.
Whoa, whoa. What a shot.
What's that going to give us? Is that going to give us a 2 on that one, you think?
I would say so. One down. Oh, was that? No, that's from someone else saying one down. I could just hear that in the background. Fine.
All right, so we're looking for, at the present time, we should be looking for 2 back for Auckland, which will just bring him.
Oh,
we've got
he's
the
on
drive.
he's on
the
the drive.
No. Oh,
he was not far away from hitting something there, but I don't think it's gone as well as he would have liked.
I'm sorry, Alex.
Some pretty good commentary, isn't it?
From hitting something. Okay, well, that was impressive. But in the meantime, who we got up here, Alex?
Tony Grantham there on the forehand side. Good shot.
It's not going to. Is that going to be good? Just as
waiting for it to come back in past someone's knee.
I don't think it's going to come back in. It has.
Oh, no, a bit shy there, I think.
And so it should be 2 for Auckland on this occasion.
I would say so, as they charge towards the end of this game.
And certainly Auckland with the jack. And we're just waiting for the point score to change over. In the meantime, and 16 of 18.
Neville Hill having a laugh
Marlborough.
there.
So, Alex, I'm going to ask you a geographic question here. The difference between Nelson and Marlborough, are we talking that Marlborough is the Blenheim district?
Yes, it is. It is. That is the difference.
And in Nelson, there's a couple of clubs, I seem to recall, or at least 2 clubs. So we're thinking with Nelson as the main bigger club, but there's another one towards Richmond, I think, as well.
Yeah, they've got a few clubs that belong to that centre. I think they spread a little bit in Marlborough's, your Blenheim area. I think Marlborough's a smaller centre than Nelson.
Yeah, you've got to go over a few big hills. Oh, that's a perfect bowl to start with.
A great shot there from Jamie Hill.
And I think we're seeing a bit of the fours in the other part of our picture as well. And we're certainly coming around fairly wide there.
Yeah, and this guy's been leading very well from Marlborough. Obviously the Marlborough Peers team.
That one's may pull up short. I think it is going to pull up short. Yes, it is. So that one pulls up short as the Auckland has just got one in that last end. And let's have a look as we have another Auckland one coming around.
Yeah, so the Marlborough team skipped by Scott Mansfield. And the lead is Warren Brown.
But I don't think... Well, they're going to have to do something fairly significant in this one because it's a great first and pretty decent second.
Yeah, great bowls there from Jamie Hill. He's played for New Zealand on and off for the last 20 years, Dave. It's won, I think, 4 or maybe 5 Open national titles, been around the tracks and is very classy. Won the national pairs leading for Lance Pascoe last time we had the nationals in Auckland in 2000 and whenever that was.
Well, that one from Marlborough is also a little bit short.
Yeah, Warren will be disappointed with that bowl. He's been leading well. I've looked in the thumbnail quite often. Those red bowls have been peppering the jack, so he'll be disappointed to get to the pointy end of this game and just have those 2 bowls a little bit short. So we see Jamie chuck another bowl.
Too much.
Pretty much there. It's 3
I mean,
good
they've got
bowls.
a great angle of 2 sort of out to the side and one almost directly in front, one behind. And it's a real challenge here for Marlborough to try and come through here because it's a nice little comeback.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we're seeing the 4s wander on down.
So the 4s there, 11-10 after 10 ends. Very
well, if you're looking
stuff.
at this, remembering that the singles was won by Auckland, are you leaning more Marlborough or are you leaning more Auckland? So we're at that position where these 2 could go either way.
Based on this end now, I think Auckland's going to get up, only because we saw Warren sort of get shorter and shorter and shorter, and that's a sign of pressure there.
Right.
So I think if Auckland can hold on to this end, I think we should see them roll over the top of Marlborough and the Peers.
Well, we haven't seen your predictions do too well so far.
Oh, I've got no idea. I've
Alex.
got no idea what I'm talking about, but you have to say something. So I think we'll see Auckland roll over.
Don't ever admit to that when you're talking. Don't ever admit to that. But in the meantime, let's see if Auckland can keep on coming back. It looks as though they've probably got a 3 on this so far.
Tony and Jamie will be wanting to score a 4 or a 5 on this end. They've crossed over in the best position they've crossed over in a long time. I don't remember seeing a better end than this from the Auckland team.
So this one is going to go very well too. Oh,
well,
maybe
he's counting.
So are we looking at? Just trying to hear the price. Are we looking at a 4?
Yeah, they're holding 4, and the challenge for Marlborough is those red bowls are sort of in the way of a drive shot.
So where we saw the Marlborough player there, just sort of like a bit of a sweep of his hand to actually say, bring it in there, and you interrupt everything.
And it's not
much room to bring it in.
No, there isn't. It's not about even, they don't want to score the point. He'll be wanting to get second shot here. They'll be wanting this bowl to turn. It's coming back.
This is pretty good. Oh, that's good.
Slightly overplayed. So Auckland's still holding 3. They'll stay on their back end.
Yep.
Will Tony, he'll just make that little correction, make it 4.
It's just getting really tight there.
It is. And
just how can they fit the ball in? But swinging around like this isn't going to be quite enough. So there's a gap in between the
clean run.
Marlborough. Didn't quite have enough go to actually ping it in a bit further. In the meantime,
he'll be disappointed,
there's
Tony.
a lot of directions coming through.
Said something there's all good, he says. This glass of water standing right in front of the camera and moving.
There we go.
As we see
this.
There we go. I think this one's close, Dave.
Where are we going?
I think he's close. If he clears the front one. Oh. Which way is it going to sit down? with the
Oh,
bye.
it's-
Second shot, brilliant stuff. Tony, I think, needs to remove this shot. Or tuck the jack around the corner, actually. I don't know. He wants to score more than one, doesn't he? And they're only holding
Well,
one
let's
now.
have a look at the directions there. It's just interesting watching where the hands were going.
I think we'll see Tony just look to move the jack around the corner a little bit. Or rest that bowl. It's the same weight for both shots. He's in the area here. It's down to his weight.
That's good.
Very close here from Tony Grantham. Square onto that one.
Oh,
He'd be
look at them
disappointed.
lined up there.
Great effort. But I think only holding one. Which is great news for Marlborough because they crossed over 3 down and weren't looking that good.
So he's just having a little bit of a wander down.
Yeah,
We can just see, probably from where he's going to be standing, just see a little bit of the jack. But it's what he can do around it.
So there's only one light, and he doesn't have third shot, fourth shot, fifth shot, or sixth shot, which is not a bit of sportsmanship there from Tony hitting him his bowl. He'll be. I would suggest that he won't be trying too hard with this one. You don't want to do anything that could go horribly wrong on you. So he'll just try and draw as close as he can.
We're about to have a result on the women's there with Wellington against Central Otago. In fact, in the singles and the pairs, Wellington quite well up in the singles 2015 and 24-5 in the pairs. In the meantime,
Yeah, he wasn't trying too hard there, was he?
so we've got the red bowls there.
Yes.
And let's have a look at the measuring.
I felt like it was only one year, so that's he's measuring the Marlborough shot, second shot there. So it's just one there to the Auckland team. So they creep 15, 16.
It looked like at one stage they were going to get more than one.
Oh, to be honest, they would have crossed over thinking we could score a 5 here. Good to see all the bowls look different, isn't it, Dave? Yeah, speckled bowls and 3 reds. You pay a lot of attention. If you look very carefully, you can see the centres have their own stickers on the bowl, which is how the players tell the difference, but not that much fun for us as viewers.
And
so we see on this, the final end, a 16-15 lead to Marlborough.
So what's the possible score lines that we could have from this? There you go. We're just going to get your stats coming out. Possible score lines. Could we have Marlborough getting up to, say, 21?
So the maximum you can score in a game is 6. I would say
then.
that the percentages here, you would think that Marlborough should be able to score with their last bowl. So Marlborough should win this game based on percentages, only because they've got the last opportunity to do something about it. So Marlborough should score, and if Marlborough was to score and to win this game, it would all come down to the fours.
A little bit deceiving there when you had Marlborough bowling in the 4s over to the left, which looked as though in the picture there. So no, we're back on the pairs here.
There we go. This guy,
Is this
Warren Brown?
Yeah.
Had a bad end last end. He's led so well all game, and he fell short with all 3 of his bowls. So he'll be looking to finish strong.
That is
on the 18th.
Quite a good finish, I believe. No, too
Just
much.
pulling up that little
Too
bit.
short.
Better than his last end, though, isn't it?
And what's the direction here? Just pretty much keep it straight.
Draw as close as you can on the forehand for Jamie. He's wide. He's taking a really high line. Be disappointed with that.
Just about crossing over with the 4s.
Yeah, not ideal.
Oh, no,
Came back.
Came back?
Swung a lot, actually. Maybe he was just heavy. So we see Warren Brown on his forehand side now with the red bowls. The odd one out on this group of 4. Giving it half a chance. How's his weight? That's the question.
It looks as though it has a little...
He should have enough. Well, he should have at least enough, I would say. Yeah, too much.
A little bit too much weight there.
And Jamie looking to make a correction with his third bowl, remembering they are trailing 16-15. Mike did win the singles, and they are trailing, or they were, 11-10 in the 4s last time I looked. So watch it come back in.
It has come back in a reasonable amount, maybe not quite enough. It's good, though, in the sense that it actually keeps close enough. Maybe it's closer than the other red. We're looking at
It'll be close to it, I think.
We're looking at a foot there, and as in a Marlborough player's foot. He was putting it there saying, well, it's about this far.
So switching to the backhand.
Let's see what he can do here, Warren. Looks down at his bowl and takes his time. And it's a slow, lacking the pace, but it's certainly got the turn and probably too much turn. Yes, it has got too much turn.
Disappointed with that one. So on the crossover, I think for the interests of it being interesting, I think we'll say Marlborough's holding one on the crossover.
So that's your...
No, they probably are holding one, I think, based on that. This time I was right with the call. So if Marlborough's holding one, we'll see Tony on the forehand, which is to the left of your screen, looking to roll Jamie's bowl at 11 o'clock up. And if he goes under or around it, he'll still be in for the one shot. And then they can figure out how to get more than one.
And we're having a look here. Who's this with the Auckland side? For the Auckland Centre, there's this Tony.
Here we go. On the forehand. Trailing by one on the card. Down one on the head. As the Auckland supporters in the background look on.
I think they're watching the fours as well. A very tight competition there.
Supporter. He's close here.
This is good. This is good. It's going to hold on. It is... Oh.
That was such a well-played bowl.
How it missed the jack, I don't know.
He gave himself every chance and got none of them. There did Tony Grantham. Getting quite stressy here for the Auckland combination. Adam Wisnowski in the far left. The fours skip for the Auckland side. And they will be watching, the Auckland team, I can tell you, the fours team will be watching this Piers 1 because it sort of...
This will help them dramatically.
Yeah, if Auckland can win, it becomes, oh, we'll just get an extra, a bonus game, see if we can get it for a count back. And if
and down very low with the placement of that.
Got an unusual
delivery. Low to the ground.
This bowl is a big turning bowl. We saw it come back in quite aggressively, and the other one, that's a great shot there.
I think it is. It's probably the best. Is that the closest one that we can see?
It will be, yeah. I think Marlborough's holding two now. They are holding two. I wonder if maybe aggression's going to happen here. There's not much room to draw, and Auckland needs to score 2 points. Do you try and kill it and start again? I think that's the conversation they're having here.
Well, there's a lot of hand signals going on.
And the Auckland...
he's coming down to have a look.
The Auckland crowd growing. Peter Blick, Helen Blick in the background, then Bill Sitch. The 8th player. And there, Mike Bradshaw.
And you can see in the background, Marlborough player, he's just sitting down.
Taking a sit here.
Yep.
I always thought that was dangerous when they make us wear white shorts or whites to sit on. Something that might have something that's not white on it. Fair call. I think we're going to see
the consultation there between the two. And let's see. It's going to help.
Yeah, he's going to hit it, I reckon. He's might even be on his...
Is he going to go forehand here?
Well, the mat placement makes it look like he is. Yeah, he's close. This is close here.
And what are we going to have there?
Yeah, it's a kill.
Is that going to help him out?
That's a good shot. He was in the target area and gave it a good smack. Marlborough thinking about taking the bowls back, but not going to. So it's a kill, so they'll replay the end is what happens there.
But in the meantime, we keep on observing that the fours continues.
The 15-11 after 14 in the fours. I'm colourblind, so I don't know if it's the red or the green on the...
Okay, well, I can tell you as soon as it walks out the way. And it is 15-14. Yes, as you said, red.
Must be Auckland on the left, I think.
And 15-14 to the red there at the moment. Can't quite tell. Unfortunately, we can't quite update you. We're trying to keep an eye on a couple of rinks, and we'll check out that. In the meantime, just the women's results with Thames Valley 17 and North Harbour 7, and on the other two, the pairs, it is 12-8 to Harbour, and the fours, it is 11-4 to Harbour. Exciting afternoon, Alex, of bowls at the New Zealand National Intercentre Competition 2022, the Browns Bay Bowling Club on the North Shore of Auckland.
Absolutely, and if you're a listener and you want something to do for your afternoon, you could do worse than to pop down to the Browns Bay Bowling Club if you're in the area.
Hospitable. They're very easy to get to, actually. You can get off on a gravel road, should get you there, or even if you've got a long Sunset road, I guess. Well, Sunset, you can't quite do that now, but Constellation Drive will get you close enough, and you can just drop on down through the off East Coast Bays Road.
Yeah, and watch some good bowls. Or tomorrow morning, you know, you could go for breakfast somewhere Sunday morning, then tootle to the Browns Bay Bowling
Again,
Club
it's food for you, Alex.
to watch the. It's a very important part of the situation is the food. Some nice cafes at Browns Bay.
And there's also a good brewery there as well, actually. The brewery is very good for a lot of people too. That could be after the bowls.
And
we're looking fairly even here at the moment, close to the jack. We're probably the Marlborough Bowl the closest at this stage.
I think the update in the fours, it looks like are they finished in the fours? Shaking hands, yep. We'll get someone to tell us what the final score on the fours was.
Can't quite see the result, unfortunately.
It's intriguing that the pairs has gone longer than the fours game. That doesn't often happen in bowls, but it's a sign of a close one. There we go. Fours, 11. Well, that's not up to date. It was 11-10 after 10 ends.
Come back with that one. I think we'll get the message through in the meantime here with the pairs. It's still tight.
It's okay. It's just it can add to the suspense, Dave, if we don't know what the fours result was until the
very exciting. But that is a good bowl there from Marlborough. Just sort of drops itself back in, makes it a little bit closer.
Yeah. As we see.
And that one's going to be too wide.
Now you're building it to go on, get
too
past.
Wide,
yeah,
too
so
deep.
We call it a back bowl. Hopefully Tony can put the jack in the ditch or back, and that one will come into count.
Well, let's see what he can do here in the meantime.
Marlborough skip, lead, sorry, on his forehand, red bowls.
You're going to get skips in your leads, that's all right. In the meantime, this one is coming in. It's going to just knock his other one. No, not quite. Not enough on it.
Tony will go jack in the ditch with this. There's no point in trying to draw within the bowl's width that there is between the bowl and the jack. He's got a
There's nothing
back
from
bowl.
Auckland very close at all. So the judgment there, little discussion.
Cool, and we've got an update on the fours score, Dave, and the score was 15-13 to Auckland. So Auckland has won the match between Auckland and Marlborough in this game.
So that's one match each, with the singles going to Auckland and the
Auckland's won two, so they've won the match.
Sorry.
Yeah. So they've this becomes a bonus game now because
which is very helpful.
It's extremely helpful, and the pressures will have changed around a little bit now because it's not about winning the match. Auckland's won the match. It becomes about winning a third game for a situation where a countback might
How did Auckland go in their first game of the competition? We might just have to check on that.
That's a great question. Auckland, I think, was leading after the first game. So they'll be pleased with how this is progressing. Yeah, they were in first place. They won their match 3-zip against Hawke's Bay. The singles 25-16, the pairs 25-9, and the fours 24-8.
And they've got two at least here.
And a great shot there from Tony Grantham there in the pairs. So they'll be looking for another clean sweep. I think they'll be smelling a little bit of blood in the water.
And this one,
as we see the Marlborough skip.
Too much on that.
Just under-greening it a little bit.
Just the pressure goes off the Auckland pair here. I'm sure they've been told they couldn't miss it.
They will have seen it.
Yeah.
They will have been able to read the scoreboard, I would like to think. And Tony will be looking to put a second shot in here.
Sure you probably try and keep it out of your mind as much as you can, but when it's right next to you, you can't miss it.
You talk about keeping it out of your mind, and it's an easy thing to talk about and a very hard thing to actually do. As we see the Marlborough skip make a correction on his backhand, because he's left-handed, so just to confuse us, his backhand's other people's forehands. Let that one go a bit unusually. Putting it to hold, he's not going to. So Tony Grantham is going to have an opportunity to put a second close bowl here.
Not enough on that.
And hold the win. Intriguing finish to this. Of course, at the completion of this pairs game, we won't cease live streaming, but we'll go away for a little bit, Dave, and come back. And we will come back. I'll tell you when we'll come back, actually. We'll come back at 3:30. 3:30. So about an hour's time, we'll come back for the next round of the 2022 National Intercentre, and we will watch Gisborne East Coast and the women take on Wellington.
In the meantime, though, this is looking fairly strong, looking fairly good.
You can see the shadow.
It's come back enough. It has.
Great bowl there from Tony Grantham, holding the win as the Auckland team, and there's been times at this game where that has seemed unlikely.
Yeah, indeed. And Marlborough, the Marlborough Centre against the Auckland Centre, and Marlborough are going to have to do something fairly special here.
Absolutely.
I mean, what would you say to actually for them to grab this? What are they going to have to do?
He's got two options. He can try and kill it like Tony did, or he can draw within 6 inches. We'll know by the way he lines up whether he's hitting it or drawing. I suspect he's going to hit it. So he's trying to just get another end out of this. Oh, I can't tell by his delivery. It's either a draw or a drive, Dave, is all I can tell you.
He's not getting too much of the pendulum swing. Yes, he is.
Going for the hit.
Quickly whipped it back, and oh, it was straight.
Yeah, swing and a miss there.
Indeed. And that is it. And this has been successful for Marlborough in the end.
No, it wasn't. It was to the Auckland team. That's just someone being kind to Marlborough.
Yeah,
Auckland
well, I
did
was
win
thinking,
that game.
I was about to say Auckland, then somehow the points just seem to go the other way. There we go. There we go. So successful in the end for Auckland over Marlborough. In fact, they get a clean sweep. Their second clean sweep of the competition. And there we go. That is the Browns Bay Club and Auckland defeating Marlborough by 3 matches to love. And the men's results there. That's the second clean sweep of the competition, as we said. And well done there to Auckland against Marlborough. And we'll just take a quick look at some of these other results as they're coming in. And the singles there at Hawke's Bay over Southland 25-20. And it looks as though Southland should win the pairs 22-10 actually after the 18th end. So that should be a victory there.
That's a victory there. Yep. So yeah, that's completed. So Hawke's Bay won the singles, Southland won the pairs and the fours. Looks like it's got 3 games to go, but Hawke's Bay looking okay. So Southland defending champion, still staring down the barrel of another match loss.
Looking at the women's results as we continue, 21-13 in the singles. This is East Coast against Nelson. That is pretty much an upset if it does continue going that way. Nelson leading 15-7 in the pairs and 12-6 to Gisborne East Coast over Nelson. Now we are going to take a break and come back in around about 50 minutes there, Alex.
Yes.
And what's the game we're coming back with? Gisborne East Coast against Wellington.
Wellington, yes, in the singles. So that'll be a good one to watch. But in the meantime, I believe they're just going to keep we'll keep graphics just rotating through. But the commentators will bid you adieu for now.
We'll be back in about 50 minutes.
Yeah,
so,
come back at half.
Join us back then. And welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand National Intercentre Competition 2022. We're at the Browns Bay Bowling Club on the North Shore of Auckland, and some fierce competition already. Alex Reid, it's well, we saw some great singles in particular, and then the pairs, as we've got the men's leaderboard. And who's at the top there, Alex?
Yes, we see the men's leaderboard. It's not quite updated yet, actually, so we'll come back to that.
But we do know that Auckland have had 2 whitewashes, I guess you could call them. They won their first game, I think it was against Hawke's Bay, and their second one, they managed to triumph there in their contest over Marlborough.
They have there, because you can see they've got 6 game points, and they have actually 4 match points, not 2. So Auckland and Wellington have both jumped out to the lead, because if you go to the very bottom of the table, they're on 4 match points and 6 game points as well. So both of those teams haven't dropped a game yet.
Well, it's quite interesting when you actually have alphabetical order, because I was thinking, well, Wellington now, they should be up the top there with Auckland as such.
So technically, I think Wellington, No, Auckland are leading. They're on 56 points in their total shots.
So yeah, with the points for and against, is that their net total of shots as well.
Yeah,
56 to 45.
That's right. That's what we go back to if everything else is drawn. So Auckland and Wellington galloped into a lead there, and then we've got Hawke's Bay and Marlborough have won one match each, and Bay and Southland yet to get a scalp, and that's very interesting. Southland's got a long road to climb as the defending champions, having lost both of their matches today with 3 matches to go.
And Alex, what are we looking at the contest this afternoon that we'll be commentating on?
We're going to be watching the women's the women's competition. It's going to be Gisborne versus Wellington. It should be good. We got a singles and a pairs. Like we said before, the managers put in who's playing before it's played, so we don't know. We'll know when they play who it is.
And who are the defending champs in the women's competition?
Nelson are the defending champs, the women's competition.
And they were struggling for a little while, weren't they?
They were, yes.
And this morning they were struggling against, was it Gisborne East Coast?
Yeah, that's right. We'll get that up on screen shortly. It's good to be underway as we see. I think everyone's just finishing their trial ends. We started 2.5 minutes ahead of schedule, Dave. Just a sign of a well-oiled. I just about said well-oiled ship, but that's not the same.
No. And at Browns Bay, it's been fine weather all day. And a little bit of a breeze, but nothing too much. They are very close to the beach, the Browns Bay Club, probably about almost 50 metres away from the actual sand itself. And you were mentioning about the type of grass that's used.
Maniatoto grass here.
You just like saying it, I think. But
it's a great name.
But is that common for a lot of clubs around the country? Is there one particular type of grass that we should be looking at?
That's a very interesting question. And the grass that we use for our greens has changed a lot in the last 100 years. For probably the first half of the last century, it was all literal grass greens.
Right.
So they were literally grass greens. And I suppose Maniatoto over the last 10 years has become more popular. So the South Island lots of Maniatoto because it's a South Island waterweed,
right? And
it runs really nicely. Okay. And the North Island.
So it's not about how the look; it's about how it runs, how it helps the bowls to continue their run, their flow over the grass.
It's a lovely surface. It's like playing on a felt.
Right.
Thing. The other one you see quite often is starweed. So starweed's sort of easier to maintain, and it's a weed, so it grows
you're
well.
Looking at a cost versus a performance almost.
Yeah, so starweed, when it's done well, is quite nice to play on, but it has a habit of getting, because the weeds, you can see them, the crowns can get quite big and quite bumpy, and it can cause some issues.
And we now have the women's leaderboard up after 2 rounds. Let's take a little look as we see now. Nelson are the defending champions, and it's not looking great for them. Let's have a look. I think this is updated completely. What do you think there, Alex?
I don't think it's updated completely, but it's updated enough.
Yeah, updated enough that it's not looking good for Nelson, I think is the best way of putting it. As we look, Wellington with most of the match points.
Yeah, we'll see, like North Harbour have got, Wellington's won 2 match points, and they've won 4 games in there too. So they must have won 2-1 and 2-1.
So we're just taking a little look, and Gisborne East Coast have been, would we call them one of the surprise packages so far?
Nelson having two losses, for sure. It's fascinating to me, it's the 2 defending champion teams have come out.
So it doesn't mean anything, really, does it?
Well, not
from one year to the next.
Not in this one.
I mean, it's nice to be the defending champions, but it doesn't mean it's going to give you any ends. They're just not just going to give you an end or two as a bonus.
Yeah, it's interesting, but a very even, much more even field there. If you look at it, Dave, we've got Central Otago have won 1 match, Gisborne East Coast won 1 match, Thames Valley won 1, North Harbour won 1. So this Gisborne East Coast one and Wellington drubber is very important for everyone else in the field, because if Gisborne East Coast was to beat Wellington stays on those 4 match points, whereas it gives Gisborne and the other centres a chance to move up to 4 match points and draw level.
Now tell me, Alex, what are we seeing in the background? Is this a bit of preparation that we've got?
Yeah, so this is just kicking in now. This must be their first end. So we saw some trial ends, so everyone's allowed trial ends and bowls. You go there and back. There's practice bowls, they don't count, so you'll see bowlers kick the bowls off the head. And they were just kicking into their first end. As we see, we've switched to the singles now, and that's Lisa White jogging down the green. It's gone badly for Lisa.
That's no good there.
Playing Gisborne East Coast.
What we're looking at here is what have we got here? The singles. It is the singles with Gisborne East Coast against Wellington, and not much to differentiate between the particular.
Yeah, so we've got Lisa
bowls.
White from Wellington. I'm just waiting to hear who the Gisborne East Coast singles player is.
And that should be good. It is very good.
Playing well.
And that is, so we can tell you that the bowls with the whiter, I guess, emblem on them against the ones with the more yellow.
Yeah.
The yellow emblem is the Wellington, and the whiter one is from East Coast.
That's right, yeah. Are they different coloured bowls, Dave, or I can't tell?
No, they are the same colour bowls, but it's
Okay.
just what we've got is the yellow, yellow emblem.
I was legitimately unsure.
Is Wellington. The whiter emblem is East Coast. So
Cool.
if you're just having a look at those, think they all look the same. Well, they do look similar.
Oh, this the first end.
And this looks quite strong down the middle. No, just fading a
It's
bit to
white
the
on the-
side. So that's Wellington knocking Wellington out the way effectively.
And three, it'll be a 3 points.
It does.
3
Looking
points Gisborne East
very
Coast
close. Very nice bowls there. So who again are we looking at for Wellington at the moment?
Lisa White for Wellington as a Wellington player.
See
And
Lisa coming in there with the Wellington black and gold colours. Very happy that her, well, I'm sure she's happy. A lot of Wellington rugby supporters are very happy of the thrashing of Auckland in the NPC semi-finals last night. Wellington looking for their first NPC title since 2000. So we now have
a little
the
while
other
between
end.
drinks. And we see Davinia Mills as the women's player for Gisborne East Coast.
All right, let's see how she goes on this. We've got her up close here.
Yeah.
And there's Jack.
A well-known player from the Gisborne East Coast area. Her name always bubbles up the sort of the top of the centre events, and based on
So
her
one of the
first end.
mainstays.
Yeah, she put 3 bowls within her foot, so based on the first end, I'd say she's a big chance here. Having a good game against Lisa White, who is she's a dual international as Lisa. She played indoor bowls for New Zealand, which is the one on the 24-foot long mat, and she's played outdoor bowls for New Zealand at the Commonwealth Games as well.
And so let's have a look now. We've got the jack down, and we are going to have a look at the first bowl by De Villiers. So get ready now. And well, it's not quite what she wanted. Certainly faded away. And the left-hander here.
Yeah.
She's
Right
gotta
on the
go with
forehand. So the other game you can see in the pairs is Dale Rayner and Sarah Tokomo playing Jay Napier and Jay Merrick. I'll get their full names for you in a second.
Okay, but in the meantime, back on here, as we're looking at the singles, and we're spread relatively far and wide with the first 2 bowls. Yes, can't you bring that around? It looks as though this one could actually be quite good. It's coming around nicely. Too much? Oh, too much. Still, though, it's not bad, not too far away. And again, we can just say that the gold emblem is the Wellington one. That is Lisa White, the left-hander. Remembering that we are going to 25 here. We had quite a drawn-out men's 25 between Auckland and Marlborough, Alex, and that was Galloway against Hitchcock, and Hitchcock just not going away, so there we have it. I am thinking that at the moment it is Gisborne East Coast Centre with the closest bowl. It looks to be that way. In the meantime, the umpire just blocking our view a little bit.
Yeah. Although this is a perfect opportunity to talk about the umpires' jackets, which you can see are sponsored by Somerset.
That's great.
With that lovely purple thing on the back. It was an upgrade for the umpires' kit, Dave. In the past, they wore an interesting kit. So they've had an upgrade in the last couple of years.
In every sport, we have to keep the officials, umpires, referees, whatever you like to call them, we have to keep them happy.
Yeah, we do.
Because otherwise, well, that's a nice bowl in the end. It looks to be the closest from this angle. That's Lisa White, the left-hander. And you can see a little bit of a check there from the umpire. He's saying one. And a little bit of a point to his left. So let's see what we're going to get here from the
Davinia.
Okay.
On her backhand. Lovely line, but just falling that little bit short. We see Lisa holding 1.5 there. She has last bowl. She probably just looked to just add another one in, I think. Got some incredible record on the domestic scene. Does Lisa White.
And Lisa Wright bringing this around nicely.
Just look at it dive.
Chip one out the way.
Yeah.
And there we go. One
there to Wellington. I think Lisa won something like 5 Champion of Champions singles events in a row for Wellington. It's just a crazy amount of singles success.
Who would have the most around New Zealand? We're looking at someone like Val, Joe Edwards.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. There's been a few.
There must be a few throughout the years who have just accumulated numerous amounts of their own provinces, their own centre titles.
There's a few players have got over 50 centre titles, which is
how many? Sorry,
over 50. There's a guy called Bill.
You said 5-0.
Yeah, 5-0. Yeah. There's a few that have got over 50.
That's phenomenal.
A couple of the men in the Gisborne East Coast Centre, actually. I think David File has like 65 or 70 centre titles.
That is
impressive,
fantastic.
whichever way you spin it, isn't it? It's just.
Now we're just seeing
crazy.
the corner out of the right-hand corner. What have we got there? That looks to be the 4s.
Be the 4s,
It
yes.
is the
So
4s.
it's quite good the way this draw works. Is that the entire side gets to play alongside each other. So we've got the singles, the pairs, and the 4s occupying 3 ranks in a row. And it's quite good for the team. You know, you can sort of
they
see,
can support each other as much as they
can.
can.
See what's happening.
Now we're trying for 2 different sides here, albeit remembering that we do have Lisa White as a left-hander.
Yes, on her backhand, staying in bounds.
And it's
on our
good.
screen.
It's
Yep,
staying
you
in
can see
bounds, but it's still a fair distance away.
Yeah, so it's sort of they're both searching bowls with the first one. We do see the score now should be 1-5 on that race to 25 points. Davinia, I quite like her hat.
Davinia
Dave.
Mills, and
It's quite a fashionable hat that she's wearing there.
and a little bit of a wobble on there, but it's sitting quite nicely. Looks to be the closest at the moment. And let's see Mills, what's she going to do here? Going out to her. She's going.
Oh, yeah, on her backhand.
And it's interesting that 4s is quite a way over to this rink, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So you can space 8 ranks to a green usually. We were Bowls New Zealand is based. Ponsonby used to have the biggest green in New Zealand. I was reading the other day. They used to have 16 ranks on a green in the old days. So it was one massive
Surely
green.
that must have been a bit of crossover, or
No, I suspect the green was bigger.
right? Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Who knows? 16 ranks to green at Ponsonby. But ordinarily, it's 8 ranks per green.
This is another good one from Davinia Mills.
And sort of 36 metres square. So 36 metres-ish both ways. That's how green works. The biggest one in New Zealand's at Hinuera Bowling Club. They've got a 40 metre by 40 metre green. One green, just out the back, and that's
extensive.
Yeah, it's not small and unusual. I've played it once before, and it was a great little event. But there was a number of flies on the green, Dave, and you'd play your bowl, and all the flies would lift up, and your bowl would go underneath it, and the little flies would sit back down again because it's sort of in your one of the farm sort of country days.
Right, that's probably not.
It was interesting. It was an experience, but a lovely green and fantastic.
Yeah, just imagining that you could potentially run over a few as you went.
I wouldn't want to be murdering any fly. Yeah. Depends how fast you play the bowl, I suppose. You see Davinia here on the forehand, and there's the women's leaderboard.
Now, is that we're looking at the leaderboard as we see at the present time, Wellington at 4, and everybody, well, just about everybody else except for the defending champs at 2.
Yeah, an incredibly tight matchup between the women. If you look down at the game points, which is just the number of games they've won, there's Central Otago, Gisborne East Coast, Thames Valley and North Harbour have won 3 games, and then Wellington's on 4 games and Nelson's on 2. So as I said before, this is a really important matchup. This Gisborne East Coast and Wellington is an important matchup in the context of this competition.
So can Nelson actually win this competition after having pretty much nothing in their favour at the moment on the points table?
They need other centres So their destiny's out of their hands now. They need other centres to beat other centres. If Nelson was to win the next 3 matches, they'd get to 6 game points, six match points, which is more than anyone on this board.
Right.
So it's still possible, but they would need centres to lose.
It's mathematics is coming into it a lot more rather than just winning.
Yeah, mathematically it's possible, but they need things to fall the right way. So I can tell you that the other centres will be willing on Gisborne East Coast to beat Wellington because it'll bring it level. We'll see tomorrow going into those 2 rounds.
That's a good point.
3 centres being on the same number of match wins.
So get out your calculators, folks, because you're going to need them by the sounds of things here as we try and figure out whether Nelson can actually do anything or whether or not we can see perhaps a new winner, maybe Gisborne East Coast or Central Otago really come through. And I'm not sure if those 2 have won it before. I would doubt, perhaps.
No, I don't think they have.
Now, I'm sure North Harbour has, so is Wellington, Nelson, as we know, but the other 3 of Central Otago, Gisborne East Coast and Thames Valley may be new winners. And that'll be a really exciting play if they are able to come through, that is, as we see Davinia Mills here with her bowl, and it's coming around. It looks as though it's got enough pace. Has it got the angle? It's got pretty good angle. We've got the first ball there, the Wellington ball, just on the right of the jack at the moment. It's got the gold emblem.
It is, yeah, that's the way we can tell the difference between the 2. It's sort of like a hark back to the older days, Dave. I can actually remember even when I first came across watching bowls when I was a child, they were all black bowls, and it was very confusing because I couldn't see what was going on.
Well, it is if you're watching on TV, and you may just, for whatever reason, just your mind might go away. You might do something else, and you come back, and sometimes you can't see it. But we've got a great bowl there from Lisa White. And in fact, she's on either side, probably, I guess we're looking at about 30 centimetres away. And you're just checking out those titles to see who's won the titles, aren't you?
Yes.
So the Intercentre Nationals that we're looking at wasn't always the Intercentres, though, was it? Was it called something else in the past, or it has been the
It has been called something else in the past, but it's the name of a company that I don't want to say.
Right. Okay. No. That's
it's one of those ones where it's sort of, you know,
okay.
It's the companies that used to be able to give us sponsorship.
Right. Okay. Well, let's have a look and see whether these teams, Central Otago, Gisborne East Coast, or Thames Valley.
Not that I can see at a glance, Dave,
anyway?
for any of them, which is interesting. It's usually been dominated.
So over the last 5 years, then. Who have we had over the last 5 or so years?
It's your main centres, so your Aucklands, your Wellingtons, your Canterburys have been dominating this event sort of for the last 10 or so years. The women, if we look at the women's side, Nelson won it 2021. 2020 we got pandemicked. Then it was Auckland, Canterbury, Bay of Plenty.
Did have Bay of Plenty and Northland in there? It was at 16 and 17.
Yes, yeah, those would have been good wins for those centres, but traditionally it's your sort of
I see Waikato a few times.
Yeah.
That was 10, 11, and also 8. In fact, 6, 8, 10, 11.
So I suppose Wellington, the last time they won this event, and they're looking okay at the moment. They're leading on top of the leaderboard. The last time they won it was 2009. That's
been a little while.
It's been a while.
And in the men's competition again, if we can have a look at those titles there. What else called provincial? I see Manawa 2 was a winner in 2000 and is that 9?
2010 and 9.
Oh, 9 and 10.
Nah, so
Taranaki 15.
Yeah, you got
strong clubs there in Taranaki.
Last 5 years, Southland won it last year. Then obviously pandemic 2021. Canterbury, Wellington, Canterbury, Auckland, Taranaki. So it's your biggest centres have been dominating the thing, and Auckland looking to get back on top, and
they've had a good start anyway.
Yeah, they have. So did we say Auckland was leading with? Oh, here's the men's season board.
And what have we got here? Looks as though is that 3?
I think 3 to Wellington.
Yeah.
So Auckland and Wellington leading the men's side of things. Wellington last won at 2018, and Auckland last won at 2016. So
and
it's been a while, but
Southland defending champs are going to have to do almost what Nelson have to do in the women's, aren't they?
They're in the same situation. They need Auckland and Wellington to hit a brick wall, really, and they can't afford for them to...
And this is quite funny, as we're looking on the screen there, we're seeing the jack and a bowl from the fours come down at the same time, having a race almost. And that jack just too far, it's put on the tee. And we await those points. Yes, the points are on now for Wellington, so a nice little comeback there. 3 at that last end for Wellington, keeps them in contention. It just holds back Gisborne East Coast a little bit. Davinia Mills for Gisborne East Coast, and for Wellington it's Lisa White. And that one from White,
that first
she's
bowl.
going to go in the gutter.
Yeah.
It looks as though she might on that one. I'd be overly pleased with that. Let's see what Mills can do here. Right-hander out to the forehand side.
Yep.
Really straight on that one. I wasn't asking for too much turn, and
Just kind of a little bit
her,
short
it turns
there.
too much.
We'll see Lisa look to make a correction on her first one.
Or is she going to go a little bit of a wrist swing? Oh, she's switched sides
On
now.
the back end, yeah, so maybe from her end, that last bowl to Davinia's just looked like it was in her eye a little bit.
This one looks a bit better.
Yeah,
It's got enough depth, but perhaps too much turn on it. So there we go. We've got Wellington there with, you can see quite clearly, the golden emblem against Gisborne East Coast, which is more of a blue and a white emblem.
Yeah, I'd call it. That sounds about right.
And again, we have Mills just going very wide, in fact, very straight on that. Oh no, it's holding, pretty wide though.
Yeah, and she's finished level with the jack, so at least she's holding the shot, I suppose. Yeah, should be, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet away from the jack, but level. So I mean, she only has to correct one thing with her next bowl.
And you can see there Mills with the sunglasses on. And is holding, yep, oh, comes in probably the closest. Yes, it is the closest now.
Yeah.
We haven't quite. I'm going to ask you a question which could get you into trouble here, Alex.
Okay,
which
fire
is
away.
just fine. In an accuracy contest, male or female?
Oh,
I mean, I
thought you were
know
gonna ask me that.
it's oh, that one just gets pushed a little bit closer. But if you put them against each other in direct competition,
I think it's not accuracy; it's game style that
Right.
is the difference. I think.
it's not a.
yeah.
It's not trying to be a sexist question. It's curiosity.
No, it's an interesting. It is an interesting question. I think the men's and women's game is a bit different. The men tend to be more aggressive
Right.
and go to aggression quicker, and the women tend to play more perfect bowls.
So they're more of a passive
reaching.
way.
Yeah, but it's look, it's a game that anyone can play at a high level.
And the mixed pairs and fours that we have, that makes it entertaining, to say the least, about the different styles.
It's good, and
doesn't
the
it?
men and women win and lose as much as each other, really, because it is different styles.
Yeah.
You know, like yeah, it's interesting. You see heads build up a lot more in the women's game, and
Right.
in the women's fours game even they build up a lot, so you can get some big numbers, an opportunity to score big ones, whereas the men tend just to drive early. So
Because-
neither way is the right way to play.
Yeah,
so to
no,
speak,
there's never any right way as such. Now, where are we here? We've got, well, that's the Gisborne East Coast coming
That's
in
a
nicely
great
around the
bowl.
side. Yeah, just beautifully coming in. It's fascinating to be involved in so many different sports, and which sports male and female compete equally in, and that's probably equestrian is the most equal. It's no men's or women's, it's just straight up equal, and we're measuring here. We had one there for Gisborne East Coast, and we're looking for more. And what you got there?
Yeah, no, it's one of the cool things about the sport is anyone can play. The sort of cousin to outdoor, which is indoor bowls on the mats, is an even more mixed sport than outdoor. They have
Right.
there's no differentiation. You differentiate when you play for your country or your island team,
That's it.
but the indoor nationals is just mixed up. You just play, everyone plays.
That's great.
You can be 8 or you can be 103. If you can get down and chuck a bowl up,
Yeah, exactly.
you're eligible to play.
Well, that was one of the things out of shooting at the Rio Olympics, being there for that, and the women said they won't let us compete with the men because they know we'll beat them. That was one of the women gold medal winners, and she said, "Hey, I'd gladly take them on and beat them all."
I like it. I like that attitude.
Yeah, she was great. We have a look here at Gisborne East Coast.
Well,
what have we got happening on the other?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because if we look at that, last time I checked it was 4-0 to Wellington, and now it's 6-4. So I think Gisborne may have picked up a maximum score on the previous end.
So that is the pairs. Do we know who we've got in there for each
Yes,
team?
we do.
Maybe if you check that out for us, it'll be interesting to know. In the meantime, on the singles here, it's Mills. She's another successful bowl just behind the jack, and White coming through here.
So on the, if you look at the thumbnail on the top right, the women's pairs, for Wellington, we have Dale Rayner skipping and Sarah Tokomo playing lead. And in the Gisborne East Coast one, we've got Media Napier skipping and Jasmine Merrick playing lead there. So I know of Dale and Sarah, and I haven't heard of the Gisborne East Coast pair, but like we spoke about
they're just
before,
there to surprise, and I can say so far they are surprising. The results maybe not surprising to them, but they're certainly giving some of the other bigger centres a real fright at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we said, I think, in the earlier game, if anyone was listening, the players that have been selected to play for their centre are often very successful domestic players, and just because they don't travel to play outside competitions doesn't mean they aren't.
I noticed that Lisa White is listed as player 8. Does it matter whether they're listed as 1, 2, 3 up to 8?
No, they just have 8 players, an 8-player pool to choose from.
Almost alphabetical. Yes, it is actually.
Just about. Oh yeah, so it's just an 8-player pool to choose from. So the manager, after each round, submits their next round's playing order to Bowls New Zealand staff.
And would you say that there is a fair bit of, I guess, the managers? That's
great shot there from Davinia.
Would you say that there's a little bit of jostling between which manager is thinking about who could compete for the other team?
I think it's probably not used as much as it could be.
Right.
I think we tend to just keep the same 7 players. Your fours team, pairs team, and singles team stays the same. I'd be really interested if one of the centres got a little bit adventurous and changed their
just at the last moment. Yeah. I guess they can do it right up until the last minute.
I think it's 10 minutes before play begins. That's when it goes up to. But it would intrigue me if centres took advantage of
gamesmanship. Nothing wrong with it, because I'm sure each singles player is fairly aware who may be put forward, and if it changes at the last moment, wouldn't they change their strategy?
Yeah, I think it would be.
That's a great bowl there from Davia.
Holding 3, and Lisa White.
And we've got a very wide, very wide. Is that on the?
It's on the pairs.
Yeah, that's in the pairs.
There, yeah,
it's come in quite nicely there.
So we see Lisa here, so she's steering in about a 3 down on the head. She'd be willing this one to get back. I don't think it's going to turn enough, Dave.
I know it's turning nicely, but it's too far back to get points out of it.
We'll see 2 there to Davinia. So she's gone to a 9-4 lead in the race to 25.
And looks to be getting a little bit chillier in the day, albeit that we are getting close to 4 p.m. as we do have our official umpire. He's put on his little jacket.
Very warm and nice looking jacket from Somerset Retirement Villages, for whom we do thank for their support.
Now there's a few jackets about and some other apparel here.
See Davinia just taking her time.
And doing up the jacket as well.
Fair enough. Quite like those vests. It's quite good for bowls, because otherwise your arm gets you can get caught in a jacket. It can restrict arm movement.
And that jack will just be pulled into the centre a little bit more.
About halfway.
Yeah.
So it's reasonable length there.
There you go. All done.
Let's see.
Well, this will be interesting with the length being shortened quite a bit. Davinia Mills. How's she going to go with this first up one?
On her forehand side, just giving that one a look. I think it's going to run out of puff.
Slowly making its way, wasn't it? It was a big effort to get that far.
We can just see quickly the men's results as they're going, Dave. Auckland are taking on Southland this round, round 3, and the singles rubber has been won 5-2 by Auckland. The pairs are 1-2 down after 2, and the fours are 6 down after 2 ends to the Southland.
So Southland, what do you think they're going to make a late run? Boy, it's going to have to be a very late run.
Yeah, all they control is what they can control, I suppose. So they'll be trying to win 3 matches, but.
And we have Lisa White there, just clipping the jack. and getting marked up with the chalk, which is no longer chalk. What is it now?
It's a spray. It's a spray something.
Okay,
We call it spray chalk, but
Okay.
it's spray something. It was invented maybe 15 years ago.
Okay.
Spray chalk, which is better than putting it on with bits of chalk, which in turn was better than spitting on the bowls, which is what they used to do in the old days.
Well, I guess you can compare it to football, as in soccer, where they have a foam now, which gets sprayed on the ground, because previous attempts at trying to get the players to stay within it was very difficult.
Not successful.
And here we go with Lisa White, and can she bring that one around? It's gone out very wide.
Oh, she's just taken a slightly higher line than she would have liked there.
And hasn't come anywhere near where she wanted.
No, she'll be grateful that she got her first ball close. Oh, it's getting to come around the corner a little bit.
Goodness, that was late coming around the corner. Almost at right angle, you'd expect.
Well, she is left-handed, so sometimes they get an unusual track to their bowl. It's down to where they let the bowl go from.
And what are we seeing at the pairs at the moment? It looks fairly close there.
Yeah, that pairs game's nice and tight, 6-5 to Gisborne East Coast after 5 ends. As we see the men's results just underneath that. Bay of Plenty taking on Hawke's Bay, and Bay of Plenty leading the singles 5-3, leading the pairs 3-1, and losing the fours 1-2 with 4 ends and 3 ends played respectively.
And this one here has too much of a turn too early. Nothing too close to the jack, actually. Oh, well, we did have the clip earlier on.
Yes,
Apologies. And that was for Wellington.
That'll be frustrating, because if you look at those 5 bowls, they're all about the right weight, the right speed. So it's just the green that's not come out quite as good as they would have liked. See Davinia looking at this bowl. Got to be closer. See it come back into the head. Is it going to hit Lisa's one? It did. And sat down for second shot.
It's not going to do too much, though, is it? Because we did have the clip in the jack there. He's looking. And where's the hand signal?
One, I reckon. So it's
That should be one.
Wellington holding one here. She'll just be looking to make it 2.
We're just looking at the weather report if there is any rain coming in, which by the looks of things, no, it's, well, if you can take Auckland's predicted weather, then you're good. Right now, apparently, it feels like 18.4 degrees with moderate winds.
Doesn't look like 18.4 degrees.
No, it does not. A
Unless
chance of an afternoon or evening shower. Okay. And looking at tomorrow's weather as well, the forecast for Auckland, fine apart from areas of morning and evening cloud. Southwesterlies fresh for a time in the afternoon and early evening, 17 and 12. So it should be pretty good conditions, albeit they may have to wear a jacket again later on in the day. However, I think that's what every bowler wants, though. Fine, settled conditions, not too hot, not too cold.
That's lovely, actually, yeah. And with the sun sort of behind a cloud is always a nice place for the sun to be. When I first started playing outdoor bowls, I didn't appreciate quite how much sunscreen would be required. And I did have a couple of tournaments where I changed colour afterwards, and that was a bit painful.
Yeah, it's not really your complexion out in the sun. I don't think it really suits you
I
there.
get sunburned
Alex.
watching fireworks. That's okay.
And just having a look at the pairs for a second. Yeah, there's a little bit of a cluster around the jack.
Yeah, so the Wellington bowls will have the yellow. I think they must have a yellow sticker, Dave. So you can see Sarah Tokumo's holding 2 there with one short one. And then
Now, where's the
fourth,
jack
and
here?
fifth
We
shot.
haven't quite got the jack and screen.
Yeah, I think it's just underneath the camera shot.
And
We should
this
see
is
it with the next one.
Davinia Mills from the East Coast. I don't know if she... Oh, there we go.
The jack's right
Perfect.
next to the bowl. Must be Lisa's bowl. See Davinia on the backhand. She'd be willing that one on. She's sort of...
wanted to push it, not enough.
Yeah, when you sit one down like that, you almost want to go past first. So it's not about getting the shot yet. Put 1 or 2 bowls past the head, then you can move the jack back to it. So Davinia was probably 2 metres shy of where she was aiming there. She would have been looking to get past the head.
So you'd rather go longer than shorter with your first bowls.
Yeah, your first 2 bowls, you sort of want to be either on the jack or past the head.
Well, this one's looking good.
So it keeps raining a little bit.
Oh, a little short again.
Yeah, short bowls aren't usually that much use to anyone, really. Back bowls, the jack usually moves back, so that's what you want. Davinia having a nibble at this, that's aggressive.
That's just drifting away. Initially, the direction looked great, and then pulled away a little bit to our left.
Oh, it's just made a liar of me saying that the women's singles game is less aggressive than the men's.
Yeah, that was an
It's as
early
aggressive,
shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was early to play that. Fair enough from Davinia.
Because usually you'd wait for a drive or a shot like that. You'd wait until, what, your last or second to last?
Conventional wisdom is third or fourth bowl. But, you know, she saw it, she played it. Missed on that occasion, but maybe she's going to commit to 3 goes.
Well, she's having a bit of a struggle at the moment because she has the Wellington bowl right next to the jack and then a second one again closer.
It's interesting. She looks like she's going for the, just changed her weight here. A reaching bowl. Is it going to get down enough? It's close here from Davinia. What a bowl. That brilliant stuff.
Well, she tried the drive down one side and thought, I'll go for a not quite as direct a shot, but it was certainly direct in the end.
Like a resting bowl. That's a massive, you know, incredible change.
Well, this is going to take her up to double figures. What is she going to get for that? Is she going to get a...
If she can hold on to the one, she'll go up to doubles. It'll be interesting here. Lisa could be tempted just to try and chip Davinia's bowl off. It's got maybe 3 or 4 inches between it and the jack. Maybe Lisa goes, oh, you know, you had a go, I'll have a go. See if I can chip your bowl off the head.
So what are we going to get here? It's a little pendulum there, and then quite often pulls out something bigger.
Yeah, it's just a reaching bowl, so she's trying to chip the bowl here. She's not far away.
It's turning now.
Oh, she'll be disappointed with that. I'll tell you what happens if Davinia gets rid of Lisa's yellow bowl that we see at 7 o'clock on the screen?
Right.
Does she have, how many other bowls does she have? Another one. So she could make a 3 if she rested it out.
I don't know if she's going for it at the moment. She's going to get this one close as she can from out wide. No, she's not listening to you.
100% the right shot to play, but it's not a fun shot.
It's not enough.
Yeah. It's easy to do after you've had a couple of runs to find your draw weight again, but a great third bowl there from Davinia.
Comes down with a 1.
Yeah, takes a 10-6 lead in the race to 25.
Let's look at the pairs at the moment. We've got Wellington 7-6 after 7 ends. And
the fours looks like it's all square after 2. 2 each after 2, although that might be slightly out of date by the looks.
So we're just checking. With this Wellington team, who are the names that we should look out for? Any international names in the Wellington team?
Yep. Yeah, there's a few actually. So Lisa White is the woman playing the singles that we see here, has played for New Zealand 2010. Delhi, Nicole Toomey just went to the Commonwealth Games, has come back.
That's right.
Dale Rayner played in 2010 as well. And Dale and Lisa, actually, it's quite interesting. Both Dale and Lisa are dual internationals. So Dale's played for New Zealand in indoor and outdoor bowls, as has Lisa, and that's a rare-ish. There's not many players who've achieved that.
And what would you consider the main differences between indoor and outdoor?
Indoor is literally a miniature version of outdoor bowls, so it's played on a 24-foot long mat instead of a 35-metre long green. And the main difference is that if the jack is killed in indoor bowls, it points to your opposition. So you can be aggressive, but you have to make sure that what you hit is working.
I'd almost call that snooker.
It is. Yeah. The heads are a lot tighter because it's an easier game to get your bowl from A to B.
Yeah.
To roll a bowl 23 feet up a mat is easier than trying to get a bowl to get close over 35 metres. So it becomes less about how to get the bowl there and more about what you want to do with it. So it informs, it's a helpful game, I think, for your head reading, head building and stuff. So we'll see Dale and Lisa are both good readers of the game. They can both see the shots that they want to play.
Now we're seeing this one come around from Lisa White, and it looks as though it's going to stay out wide.
So look at it break back in at the end.
Gee, that was a late turn, not quite enough in the end. But although at the moment it's going to give us 2, I believe.
Yeah,
well, it would do.
Holding her two good ones there, really. It's 2 good bowls. It's Davinia here with her 3rd one. Now this one, it'll be interesting to see when it turns, because we saw Lisa's one hook right at the end. Let's see it. Just slightly overplaying it.
Oh, not quite enough. Maybe you'd expect now that with that turn, that she's going to go on that forehand side.
Yep. So away it goes.
And this one, we're waiting for that late turn again. We're
Yeah.
waiting for it.
It should happen.
And not enough, and it pulls up just a bit short.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough though, isn't it? Because she's holding 3 there.
Well,
There's still pressure on Davinia. She's 3 down.
Yeah, she's...
Even though it's not that close.
Yeah, they're not that far away, but however, they are close enough to give points. But we're looking at this one. We're expecting a late turn, but it's going to be an early turn instead.
Big pressure here for Davinia. Lisa be willing this bowl to go. Look at the way that sat down against the bias.
Just flopped over. And who's the closest?
Yeah, Davinia's definitely got the shot there. So for Lisa, it's a decision. Do you get rid of the shot bowl because you've got second, third, and fourth?
Oh, she's... Yeah,
or do you just draw
surely,
close?
oh, no. Well, maybe we were a bit more adventurous and thinking just knock that one up.
I think she was thinking about knocking it out of the way. If you look at the weight, I think she just pushed it wider than she wanted to be.
Yeah.
Because if she'd removed Davinia's bowl and sat there, she would have 4 shots. So it was worthwhile doing.
So a 1, and that one.
There's been some great clutch bowls from Davinia, hasn't there, Dave?
Yeah.
I'd say that in the last 2 ends in particular, Lisa's probably played 8 good bowls. Davinia's played 5 or 6. But she's played her good bowls at the right time. She's been under
They haven't
pressure.
been, to my mind, spectacular. They've been solid.
Yeah, good enough.
Yeah, it's whereas perhaps with Lisa at the moment she'll do the more spectacular, nothing too much, but whereas Davinia Mills will be the solid,
and good under pressure as well as she has taken. I mean, she's taken an 11-6 lead.
We do have one Nelson against Thames Valley, and it looks as though in the singles that Nelson is running away with that over Thames Valley. I guess for Nelson would be having one of the almost legends of the game, possibly playing singles there. I'm not too sure who we've got for the singles in Nelson at the moment, but there's certainly a few options.
It'll be,
There's a
whichever
few
one
options.
it is, it'll be a good one.
Yeah,
and we
but they're running away with that. It's quite easy. And looking at Harbour against Central Otago, and North Harbour on their own greens as such are having a bit of a tough day.
Yeah, it's not going as well as they would have liked for North Harbour. They're going to need to recover here as well. The pairs trailing 4-13 and the singles trailing 6-13. It's a poor start. They'll be looking just to kick on. There is plenty of time to go, but you need to dig deep and find something.
I mean, considering that they are on one of their own greens, or probably a few of their players may actually belong directly to the club. I remember it's district, but that's...
yeah, they'll be no stranger to...
they'll know the club, even if they isn't the club that they identify with themselves. They're going to know it.
Yeah, they will. Just having a look at how these 2 singles players have gone so far, Dave.
Oh, that's
great shot
beautiful.
from Davinia.
Look at that. Just curves around.
Davinia's won both of her singles games, I think.
Well, that was a 24-25, so it wasn't exactly straightforward.
How does it work? She had a crushing 24-25 loss in the first round to Thames Valley.
Okay.
And then she won 25-19 against the Nelson singles player. So going into this, she's come off the back of a really good win.
And Nelson and Thames Valley are playing each other now.
Yes.
That's,
whereas when we look across to the Wellington player, Lisa White, she won her first game 21-11 against the North Harbour player. And then she won her second game 25-22.
And I'm picking that North Harbour player would have been Selena Goddard, wouldn't she?
Probably.
It's really interesting. Just names aren't meaning that much right now.
That's one of the things that can happen in bowls. It doesn't matter.
Particularly team competition.
I mean, you can lose.
Yeah, we had Mike Galloway up for Auckland. He ended up winning, what was it, 25,
13
16?
or 14. Yeah.
14. And here we were commentating on it. But it was a real clawback from his opponent, Simon Hitchcock.
Yeah, 25-13 it was. But just hang around, anyone
this is interesting bowl there. And that's good there from Lisa White. She has 2 together. However, I believe that Davinia Mills may be slightly closer. Hard to tell from this angle.
My instinct would be to say that Davinia is holding there. Yeah. But I think I've made 4 or 5 statements. She's going to get the jack. What a bowl!
That was brilliant in the end. Really just curved around and tapped the jack out the way. And
that's amazing stuff there from Davinia. Holding 3. As we see Lisa switch to the forehand side, she should draw this.
Where is she going? And well, this may be okay.
She should have enough room to draw this. Lisa will have thought.
She's going to get there. Oh, it's holding up. She's just about pushing it along. Come on, keep going.
Did it work? That's the question.
It looks that way from this angle. It is. It is.
Must be in.
And looking pretty good there. So, oh, that was an interesting late couple of bowls from both players. And we have Gisborne East Coast still in the lead. And just waiting for the actual point scores to go on. Yeah, it's been a great contest so far. And we see Lisa White just letting the jack go. And we just switch over to the pairs for one moment. It is Gisborne East Coast 9-7 over Wellington. The 8th end of 18. And it was Wellington, Lisa White taking one out of that last end. And of course the first 25 in the singles.
Yeah, it's interesting. We mentioned it earlier, but it's probably one of the very few events left in New Zealand where they play to 25 points. Most domestic players to 21 in the singles, so it'll feel a bit different for these players.
So that extra 4 ends is just a little bit more difficult because they're used to it being a bit quicker as such.
Yeah, it's probably just that 4 more points that you have to score to get to.
Is that going? Nope. We've got a good bowl from Lisa White there with, you can see the sticker on it. Sticker, the emblem. Let's see. Wellington gold, I guess.
Lisa looks to chuck another ball close.
As we check what White can do here. We've had one go off to the side from Davinia Mills. In the meantime, this one coming around, or should come around.
Yeah, it should be on the right track here from Lisa White. This is a very good bowl.
Oh, that's going to be very good. Very, very good. And holds up nicely.
And sit down.
Did it
Good.
touch? Is it touching?
I don't think it did. I don't think
But
we'll
it's
see
very close.
spray chalk. Are we going to see aggression here from Davinia? She's showing us that she's got to drive. Nope.
No, she's not going to. She's going to try and get it in front.
Just a reaching bowl, yes. For her end of the match, she can see 2 bowls. It's a nice enough target. She'll be gutted that this is short.
It's going to go short, though. It is.
I wonder if she just sort of let that go a bit funny. Sometimes in bowls you can let it go with a bit of a dump and all the weight sort of goes into the ground.
What about with the visibility? Now, obviously, Lisa White, she's got 2 good ones there, but she cannot see the jack at the moment.
She'll be working off muscle memory from her second bowl.
Right.
She'll know that that was close, so she'll think, we'll just make it feel the same.
That's
and
going to be
you'll
too
get close
fast,
again.
though.
You just slightly overplayed it. If it pulls up, not going to happen. So that's an ineffective bowl. She'll be disappointed with that. Davinia on the forehand.
And this one, it's going to have a real late pull, but it doesn't. And it's scooting around the back.
Good shot.
Too much there. So far, we've got Lisa White looking very good here. She's got 2.
Yeah, for Lisa, I think she'll be feeling like she's been playing quite well this game. And if she waits long enough, she'll score a number. You just don't want it to be that the game's over before you've scored a point.
This is coming around. It's coming around.
Great bowl. Great
Nice.
shot there.
Got the 3 now, hasn't she?
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant shot. And I think we'll see aggression here from Davinia Mills. Davinia will be thinking, if I clear my front bowl, I'm hitting something. And that's got to be better than what it is now. Yep, she's played with a bit of weight. And she'll be wanting this one to swoop back in. It's a very slow drive shot, Dave.
It's very slow, but it looks as though it's going to be no.
Just out of the count.
Too much curve on that, and it's going to. Oh, it's holding up. I was just waiting for it to almost flop down.
You can wait 30 seconds. So Davinia could say to Lisa, woo-woo, you can't
That's an interesting
don't touch
one.
anything for 30 seconds, because sometimes the bowl is moving very slowly. You can see it's going to sit, so you can ask
Or
to
just
wait
the
30
angles that we've
seconds.
got there. You can see it was just leaning over to the left, and the way it was sitting there. I'm wondering about the weight and any momentum.
So Lisa
brings it back quite nicely, Lisa White.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where she looks to roll the jack in this situation. I think she's pulled the mat up a little bit further than they have had it. That's quite an important part
She's
of the
going
game.
quite long with it, and looks as though she's gone to the tee. Well, it will go to the tee. And just placed on the tee as the pairs continues next door with a very spread out field on that one.
Yeah, it's a scattered head.
Well spread. And I think we've got a point coming up, or a couple of points coming up in that pairs shortly.
There's that game. Yeah, it's another close pairs game, really. We saw one on the last round. So it's 9-7 at the moment to Gisborne, and Wellington's just scored. So maybe they may have drawn even there on the pairs game that you can see in the thumbnail at the top right. Sarah Tokomo, the winner of the New Zealand Mixed Pairs with Laurie Guy and Central Otago a couple of years ago. With the inaugural.
Well, that's an interesting combo from the different areas that they're from. Really, when you look at it, different parts of the country.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff. Back on. Yeah, so 9-all on the pairs, and in the singles.
And we're just checking the weather there, just to make sure we're still all good. A little bit overcast now at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Yeah, bowlers are a hardy bunch, though. Like, it'll take a bit of rain. Take a bit of rain to get them to abandon ship. Someone will ring a bell if it rains too much.
Here's something interesting for you. When New South Wales, they've had their wettest year ever, and we're only in October. How would that be affecting let's say the majority of their clubs, whether it's around Sydney or wherever else in New South Wales? Would that be making it a bit of a struggle, not only to play and participate? Will it be slowing down their greens?
Yeah, it does slow the greens down. It does, and it makes them more susceptible to damage because it'll soften the green up. So sometimes the greenkeepers say, it's rained, you stay off my greens for a couple of days until they...
You don't mess with the greenkeepers in that sense.
It's the first rule.
But, I mean, some of our players have, well, they're in Australia quite a lot, whether it's with greenkeepers or whether they're up in, I think, around surface. We've had one or two there in Sydney as well.
Yeah, we've got a few New Zealand players scattered around.
Very nice shot there from Lisa White.
Yeah, I think we're going to see
aggression. But having like a such a wet year, and there's still more to come.
Watch this
that's good.
Sorry, Dave.
Oh, knocked 1 and 1.
Half a bowl away from getting rid of both of them. Yeah, it's been an administrative challenge, I would say. I think in Australia they have a few covered greens, so they get a cover over.
Yep. That's pretty much like, is it New Lynn?
New Lynn has one, Orewa has one, down south, Nine. There's a few covered greens in New Zealand and getting more. So Aussie has more of them than we do, so they'd probably be playing a lot of their bowls under cover or on artificials. Because
then you've got to have drainage. Even if you still got to have the drainage that's going to help it, aren't you? Yeah.
Artificial greens tend to have extremely good drainage. So you chuck them on.
This is good. This is good. This is really good. It is just staying there as well.
Amazing stuff there from Lisa White.
Well, she's really picked up her game over the last last couple of events.
She has.
She was down by around about 3 or 4.
Lavinia, this bowl. Is it holding?
No. Oh, 1.
Got rid of one of them. Good enough, effective there, but it's 11-all, so they've essentially started again, haven't they, Dave?
It does. Remember, we're going to 25. We're now 11-all in this women's singles. Gisborne East Coast Centre up against the Wellington Centre. Davinia Mills for Gisborne East Coast. And for Wellington, it is Lisa White. And just taking a quick peek over at the pairs. 9 points each round. Or make that end 9 of 18. Now this is a very, very close competition so far, 11-11. Now we've got 9-9.
Good stuff.
Just some, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so Lisa wants 2, so she measures. That's how it works in outdoor. And that, a bit of teamwork there, so Lisa's arms aren't long enough. So we get Davinia to grab the end of the tape measure, switch across there.
So she really is gunning for, that's 2? It is 2.
2 there.
Well, really gunning for that 2, and fair call.
Yeah, so it'll be 12-11 now to Wellington. So she's taken the lead for the first time.
Yeah.
And Lisa just pops the mat down. See her roll the jack.
Yeah.
So something's
what are we up to here?
Pointing at something.
And Let's see how we go. It looks as though it's going to be medium. And
Yeah.
oh no, maybe a bit deeper.
So we often talk about being able to, I suppose it's counterintuitive, but we talk about being able to feel the weight from the jack throw. So in bowls, you'll like to be throwing the jack up because it feels like, Lisa will feel like that the weight she has to roll this bowl up with is the same as what she rolled the jack with. So you try and roll the jack to a spot, and then you go, well, I know what that felt like. I'll just do it with my bowl. Even though they are different sizes, it just seems to be something that psychologically is quite good.
Now, Alex, we're just seeing another very spread pairs picture here. But the green, we're just trying to figure out who's got what at the moment as we sort of just look at our smaller screen. And can you see anything there we should be looking at?
I think Dale Rayner's holding the shot at 4 o'clock on the screen. I think that's her bowl. And I think Sarah Tokumo's got 3rd and 4th at 12 o'clock and 9 o'clock, and the Gisborne East Coast one is the one that sits at 5. So it is quite spread. They can be quite complicated heads, and they sort of, it becomes a self-perpetuating thing, because once you get bowls that are a bit loose, you then try and navigate around them, and you can hit that bowl, and suddenly your head becomes more spread out than it could have been, not through bad bowls, but because someone played a loose ball somewhere, it all just sort of dominoes on. So Wellington holding 1 over there, I think, though, and at 9-all after 9 ends, so halfway through on that side. So we see a reasonable start here from the women's singles, Gisborne East Coast and Wellington. Davinia Mills on her forehand, coming in for the shot, so she's holding 1.5 there, and Lisa will just see. She's looking to switch as well to her backhand. I thought she might stay on her forehand side. Let it go.
And as we see the pairs and then the fours, they're just switching around there as well.
Yeah, so someone will have killed it.
They're all very close together. And this one here from Wellington, from Lisa White, well, she's just pinned it real close, hasn't she?
Yeah, very good shot there from Lisa. She's finding her line and length now, settling right down. Davinia on her backhand. Watching this bowl, waiting for it to break, waiting for it to come back into the head. Outside edge of that one, she'll be thinking, oh, it's not what she aimed for, but it'll do just fine.
What do you think? Who's closest? I would suggest that it is Gisborne East Coast now.
Definitely. And I also think, because Lisa's put the 2 bowls past the head to the 2 metre, we can see a reaching bowl here from Lisa White. She won't drive at it, but she'll draw back to that 2 metre mark, and on her way through to there, she should be picking up the jack or the bowls. So she'll be envisaging trying to hold 3 here, I reckon. Lisa on the backhand. Half a chance if it holds. She's very close here. And Lisa White, very close. What a shot.
Just bounces off, or bumps off the bowl of Gisborne East Coast. And what's that going to give her?
Magnificent bowl for at least 2 there. Beautiful weight control there from Lisa White. Great shot. Davinia now steering down the barrel of 2 down, having a nibble at it. The bowl, when's it going to turn?
It's not going to. Oh,
millimeters away from the jack there.
That was tight, wasn't it?
I wonder if this is quite a big number, Dave. It's at least 2. I can't really see. We got the 3rd shot of Wellington's at 5 o'clock, and then Davinia's bowls at 4.
I think you are going to get. I'm going to get. There you go.
There's at least 2, but it could
be more. There's 2. And what about the 3rd?
We'll find out soon enough. Get Lisa out with the tape measure.
Yep. Oh, she's loving that measure right now.
It's a string measure.
It's one of her weapons.
We've got laser measures and bowls now as well, Dave. It's been a recent innovation.
Oh.
Which are allowed to be. Umpires can't use them, but players are welcome to use the laser measure. They haven't been approved for umpires.
So are they official?
They are approved. So you can use it as a player, but they haven't been approved for umpires. And taking off more in Australia than they are in New Zealand, but good to see around. And you put the laser measure next to the jack, and then they've got like something that sticks up and you put it next to the bowl and you point the laser at the bowl and it sort of works out how far away it is. Bit of technology.
Look at that, the scoreboard now.
Yeah, 3 there to Lisa White.
Yeah. Well, she's certainly collected after I wouldn't say a stuttering start, but after a very good start by Davinia Mills, who I wouldn't say raced away, but she certainly had a great opening.
Yeah,
and,
she was, yeah.
In the end, it's been Lisa White come back at it quite strong over the last couple of ends.
For sure, and taking that 15-11 point lead now. So she'll be looking to capitalise on that and continue to score. As we see in the women, Central Otago, a 13-6 lead in the singles, a 13-4 lead in the pairs, and a 2-9 deficit in the fours. The results also available on the Bowls New Zealand website if anyone wants to have a look at the full list of results and team names. You just go to the Bowls New Zealand website. The featured post is, I can't remember what I called it, something to do with the Intercentre. So go there and you'll be happy days. You can see everything that you need to see in regards to the results. In the team names.
Let's have a look at this bowl now from Gisborne East Coast. And it holds up nicely and just almost fits in between the Jack and the Wellington bowl. That's
a good shot there from Davinia. I think she's essentially saying, I haven't gone away, Lisa. You know, I'm still capable of putting bowls close. You may have got a few points up on me, but I'm not going anywhere. Lisa on the backhand. Essentially looking to play the same bowl as her first one. On the way, she'll rest onto the bowl or move the Jack. This is very close. This is very close. Beautiful. Sit down. Yeah, great shot.
It is. Yeah, she's got that one nicely now.
Really sort of finding her line length. See Davinia on the forehand. Not sure she got it away as nice as she would have liked. She's willing it to hold up. I don't think it's going to. Be a bit disappointed with that. Lisa just chucking another one close. So we see Wellington now taking a 12-9 lead in the pairs on your thumbnail at the top right of your screen. 12-9 after 9 ends. Lisa on the backhand here. Back on the main one. And just slightly overplaying it. So she's got first, third and fourth shot. And Davinia with second. So interesting to see what Davinia opts to play. On her forehand side, willing this one to hold up. Would have been easy to play on her backhand perhaps, but that's okay. Beautiful speed just for a little bit of movement. Just got that one bowl in that group.
I'm looking up at the pairs. It's Wellington ahead 12-9.
Dale Rayner there approaching the mat. Very good bowler. Done a lot of stuff.
What's she going to do here? She's just very front on. Now steps forward.
See, giving this bowler a stare down.
Oh, it's quite interesting, the positioning.
Yeah, Wellington's holding one there on the pairs on the top right. If we just quickly have a look back at the singles, Lisa's looking to rest Davinia's bowl out and sit with a couple.
And it's not good enough on it.
How gutting is that as Lisa? She's put 4 bowls within 2 feet and she's just holding one.
Yeah,
that's Davinia's great second bowl.
Yeah, that's right. You'd expect that if you did that, you'd be coming up with, well, a 2 or 3.
Feels unfair in bowls sometimes.
This is looking... No, it's got too much, too early.
She's persisted on the forehand. I think she was just looking to draw the shot. It may have been tempting for Davinia to play the backhand on the other side.
So we've got one here?
Over.
Or one?
It'll be one to Lisa. So
yep, there we go.
See,
that's a lollipop.
Fella. And Wellington taking a 16-11 lead now in the singles. In the race to 25. We see Dale Rayner play a poor bowl there. Pairs on that thumbnail. She'll have walked away from that one.
And here we have Lisa White, left-hander, just rolling down the Jack. In the meantime, we look at the pairs. There's Wellington with the narrow lead at the present. And
No change there. Hitting one of the blocks or the guards if you're playing curling. Hitting one of the guards. I don't think I'd be very good at curling, Dave. I enjoy watching the game, but it just seems like the ice would be too slippery, I reckon. I think it would be...
Very, very popular to watch curling on the Winter Olympics on TV. It's one of the more popular winter sports, actually.
Yeah.
Most of the others are sort of very good chance of injuring yourself if you go really fast down something. But curling is extremely popular.
I'd find a way to injure myself anyway, but it is, yeah, it's a good game. It's interesting in curling. Great shot.
Bowls is probably a bit too violent for you.
Oh,
in the meantime, that was Lisa White there clipping the jack. Just shifting it a little bit to the left of our screen.
I'm pretty sure New Zealand is the only country in the world left that plays the traditional outdoor curling, where they anchor themselves.
Naseby?
And it's in that whole area, the whole sort of, I think there's a number of clubs that come out whenever it's cold, but it's the traditional outdoor curling. So they don't slide along the ice, they sort of anchor themselves and swing their arm and roll, or they sort of hit the stone and it rolls up on the frozen surface. And no one else does that, it's just us.
I think the people at Browns Bay Bowling Club can be quite happy that they don't have a lot of ice there. In fact, it's not quite swimming weather yet, but the beach is very good for swimming.
Maybe that's an opportunity for bowling clubs down south, as if it gets cold enough, just put a little bit of water on your green, freeze it up, and boom, you've got a curling rink.
I think it's been too long a day for you there, Alex, as a very nice bowl from Lisa White brings it in. And she's just sitting quite close as the jack has been knocked to the side a little.
Davinia on the forehand. So that's because she'll think that Lisa's bowl is sort of in her road. She'll be looking to rest on it.
She's got too much turn on this one.
Slightly underplayed. Disappointed with that. And Lisa just looking to chuck another bowl close. Following Davinia.
Again in this pairs we have such interesting formations of where the bowls are going.
That's one of the cool things when you have more bowls on the head. So singles you only get 8 bowls, pairs there's 12 bowls set up on the head. They can develop in an interesting way, like you can see in that screen.
You can't see it, you've got to try and find a way through it.
Yeah.
It's a real traffic jam of bowls.
Absolutely. Once someone misses a bowl or puts a bowl sort of in your way, it then becomes about how do I manipulate my bowl to get around or underneath or through, and it can cause some interesting.
And she's trying to bring this one around with a bit of pace, but too much pace and too big a gap to go through.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed.
And we have one last one here from, is it one last one? Yes, it is, from Lisa White, the left-hander.
Yeah, Davinia gets the final word with her last bowl.
Oh no, we've got one. Yep, that's right, Davinia Vermills. This is subtle, nice touch.
Yeah, she would have been...
Or a little too short again.
I think she will have actually been looking to try and draw to Davinia's bowl that you can see at 6 o'clock on your screen, and has failed to do so. So Davinia with an opportunity here. She wasn't that far off with her third one. If she can just get it to turn that little bit, I think this is very close here, Dave. I think this is very close. Watch this one come down. With 2. What a shot. What a shot.
Bounces off the Wellington bowl and then sets up. What are we going to have here, 2?
2, and that's where exactly where Lisa would have wanted her bowl to be, is where the jack ended up with 2 bowls for Gisborne East Coast. So a great shot there from Davinia Mills. Lisa saw the danger but was unable to protect. So 2 there, and on to the unlucky number for some, 13, 16 to Wellington. So we see Marlborough against the Wellington in the men's results on the bottom right of your screen, leading the singles 9 points to 4, and the pairs and fours are drawn 5-all after 6.
And what have we got coming down here? We've got someone from... Is this was this a pair or... Well, I'm not too sure what's happening in the pairs at the moment.
It's an umpire.
And they're getting out...
Calipers. So it's called a caliper measure because it'll be the bowls will be too close to the jack to fit a tape measure between, so they get out calipers, like the engineer's calipers. They'll measure between the bowl and the jack.
Look like they're about to perform an operation almost on someone.
That's what it feels like. You couldn't, it's very serious,
So, yeah.
I'll tell a little anecdote because I can. Measuring between the 2. I was playing indoor bowls the other night in Gordonton, and there were 2 bowls that looked like they were touching.
Gordonton between Taupuri and
that's the one,
Hamilton.
yeah, Gordonton Hall for a ham. I didn't win a ham, but that's okay. There were 2 bowls that looked like they were touching. We thought the one was touching, one wasn't. And the opposition 3 reached into his pocket, thought, oh, what's happening here? And he pulled out a $5 note, and he could pass it between his bowl on the jack, and he couldn't pass it between our bowl on the jack, so he gave the shot to us. I thought, what a clever use of a $5 note.
Well, firstly, to actually have one on you, there's not many notes used anymore, a lot of places. But I'm just fascinated watching this umpire get down on the knees, crouch down, and
1 to Wellington there, she has decided.
wow.
So they do some pretty serious training, the umpires. To become an umpire, you go through a series of measuring courses and exams. So they
You would think it would be obvious, but when you're actually doing something like that, where you're down checking it out, and that's just fascinating.
Yeah, it's very interesting to watch. I find it quite stressful as a player because I know what I want the result to be. They take their time. It's like, go on, give me the shot, please. But not always the way.
So what it means is that Wellington, they 12-9, is that point being added? In the meantime, we just switch across to the singles, and there's a bit of a wall of bowls at the moment, albeit that just about all of them are considerable distance away. We're going to have a look at Mills from Gisborne East Coast Centre. Now, she's going to have to go extremely wide or somehow go through the middle here. And this one...
So it's like we'd call it almost a shelf. Oh, how well is that going?
Bounced nicely in the end. She's come the closest.
So we'd call that an inside
That's
out
the one.
shot. Inside and then out.
Well,
There's probably a better
inside
name
out
for
with
it.
a nice bounce.
Yep, you could add that to it. It went well. This is a shelf for short bowl, so it becomes a challenge.
And looking at the singles here with the women's results, Central Otago against North Harbour, and 19-12 at the moment to Otago in the singles, so really only, well, it is 6 points away from victory. And that is what they want. In the meantime, we look at the women's results, Nelson against Thames Valley. It looks as though the singles will go to Nelson 17-3 up against Thames Valley. The pairs is only 2 each. That's after 10. After 10?
I don't think that'll be the score.
No,
If it is, that's an incredible game.
Yeah, after 10. Okay, that is possible, but it's unexpected.
Yeah, I've seen 3 drawn ends, but I don't think that's the score. That's okay. We're just being tested.
Yeah, well, exactly. At least we picked up on it that it was unusual.
Right, as we watch here, Lisa White, she's down, 2 down on the head, willing this bowl on.
And it's not going to happen.
It's not to be.
2 now.
2 is what the measurer has said. So we see Lisa's just blinked, She just had an end where she wasn't as accurate as she has been, and she's been made to pay by Davinia Mills. 15-16 now in that race to 25 points. The jack over there. I'm not sure why it's called a jack. I'll have to figure it out before tomorrow. Do some
I
research.
haven't asked you that one yet, but that was on my list.
Yeah, colloquially, it's called the kitty as well, or the cat if you're down south, and sort of the bottom half of the South Island, they call it the cat.
Okay. Well, we expect to have those 2 questions answered.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll Google it and see what I can come up with.
In the meantime, we have the jack or the kitty right about 2/3. And looking at this particular contest, it is 16-15, Wellington ahead. And initially we had Gisborne East Coast and Davinia Mills just really, I wouldn't say racing away with this score, but certainly in a prominent space. And it was Lisa White who really hit back strong.
And it is important in the context of this Intercentre event, this game, because we've said before, but Wellington is alone on 2 match wins. So they've won their match in the morning and the match at lunchtime, and everyone else is either on 1 match win or no match wins, which means if Gisborne beats Wellington, they stay where they are, and other centres will have caught up to them in time for tomorrow. So it'll change how the competition feels going into tomorrow morning if Gisborne East Coast is able to beat them this afternoon.
And this looks like a pretty good ball coming around.
Oh,
and
beautiful.
Just a little kiss.
Deserved better than that, really. She's not holding the shot, but it was well played.
Yeah.
So we see the spray chalk applied. And Lisa White on the forehand side.
And you have to have pretty deep pockets because you've got, well, you've got your lollipops, you've got your spray, you've got your, what do you got, your little measuring devices there.
Yeah.
Goodness knows what
one
else
of the
is in there.
occupational hazards of bowls is we still use for most events, club events and stuff, literally little bits of chalk, and you get a bit of chalk, you put it in your pocket.
And
so
it
if you
goes
go
through
to
the wash.
yeah, if you go to any bowler's house, that's a situation that happens.
It's been through the wash.
Or you just see bits of chalk sitting on tables and benches and wherever. Telltale signs. So we see the marker showing us his pocket there.
Yep, see big pockets
Bit of
filled with just about everything.
and he's got his mic on as well, but he can't hear us as we see Davinia on the forehand.
Oh,
What a lovely camera angle that
not
is.
too far.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there, really. Two well-played bowls. The marker, just haven't looked, been asked. One, he says.
Yeah,
One to
looks at his
Wellington.
foot compared to the distance and able to work it out fairly quickly.
You'll see them using finger measures as well. I've never understood it, but often players will sort of...
But everybody's fingers different.
My issue with that is what happens if I move a tiny little bit in between measuring one bowl and the other bowl?
But then surely
Yeah,
everybody has different length fingers. So if you measure one knuckle against the other.
Yeah, I feel it's problematic, but people tend to use the finger measures. Keep an eye out for it. You might see someone just to try and get indication they use their fingers.
Okay, well, we're going to keep an eye out for that one. But yeah, just look at my
I'm not
hands
sure how
compared
well
to yours.
I don't think I've explained myself very well. So if I see it happen, I'll say, Dave,
Indeed.
this is the finger measure.
And this is
situation.
Gisborne East Coast Centre. It is Davinia Mills with a very slow.
Yeah, she's let that go one.
No, that one's just not where she wanted it all.
Didn't come out of her hand as she would have liked the turn. She's fallen short there. So Lisa, it's now about adding a bonus bowl. And it's more dangerous than it looks here for Lisa because she's got no bowls past the head. And she's holding one. So if she accidentally moves it back, that's bad news. So she won't, I don't feel like she'll be trying too hard here. I think she'll just play a nice gentle bonus.
Could you...
bounce.
This is going to sound a little crazy, but could you almost slow drive it? You know, just like a straight bowl. Most tend to go backhand or forehand with a curve in.
Yeah.
But could you almost slow drive?
Well, it can be done. So a bowl naturally
Is going to curve
is designed
either
to
one way.
curve regardless
Yeah.
because of its running surface. But you can put a wobble on a bowl. So if you let a bowl go with a wobble,
Because I was looking
it
at
goes
that
straight.
particular shot that we had there. We had the jack totally exposed.
Yeah.
The majority of bowls on one side and one over on the other.
Yeah.
So you had effectively direct.
Yeah.
Direct line of sight, but to actually bowl something completely direct.
Yeah, it is
Is-
possible.
Okay, so
It's-
possible, but not easy.
It was sort of taken. So you've asked an interesting question. Oh, I'll give people a history lesson. So only like 150 years ago, 100 years ago, when bowls first started in New Zealand,
Yeah.
they used to have little numbers on the bias side from 1 to 4, and that was how much your bowl would turn. And you were allowed to have different biased bowls. So skips often had the straight bowls. They were called pokers.
Right.
They took very little green,
Yeah.
so they could hit stuff easily, but they would be able to do what you suggested, which
Yeah.
is essentially go straight up the middle. But it was deemed to be unfair, and the bowl should always have a minimum bias. So there's a minimum amount that it's allowed to turn, which is more than straight. So to answer your question, you can't really do it. There are some ways to do it. No one does.
No.
If that helps.
Well, I was
So-
just thinking that it's almost with the prevalence of bowls 3-5 and other shorter versions in Australia. That
yeah.
yes, the idea is almost to go straighter, harder, whatever. But then perhaps if you did almost 10-pin bowling,
I'd be open to like a golden bowl, which might be, say, double the size, and
Mm-hmm.
it just goes straight up the green. That you can give, imagine that instead of a power play,
Yeah.
if you say to your skip, you get a golden bowl or something that's different and essentially goes straight up. Imagine that. That'd be an interesting addition to the game.
I'd like to see, probably not something bigger
Someone
as
could
such,
make it.
but if it could be, you have, like in golf, you have a driver
Mhm.
for teeing off. you know, and if you had that driver as such, a driver bowl,
I'd be interested. I'd be interested to see how
the same. You know, you were allowed one drive per end.
Yeah, just go straight up the middle. I'd be intrigued. I'd be open to that. We
One
won't do it.
drive
We
per
won't do it
end.
at the Intercentre today.
No, we're not going to have it at the Intercentres, but just imagine one driver per end that you could use.
Yeah, yeah. I'd be open to that. I think it'd be interesting.
That'd be explosive potentially.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
like it.
adjusting a few rules here and there, so excuse us for us.
Why not?
I guess having a look at potentials of way that not so much bowls can improve, but the way that bowls can just add these extra little things. So
I've had plenty of stuff over the years, and that's not going to.
I'm sure there's been a lot of different things that have come through, but here at the Bowls New Zealand National Intercentre Competition 2022, the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and of course our defending champs in the men's are Southland, who are struggling a little bit. Our defending champions in the women's are Nelson, and well, they're also struggling a little bit as well. But in the meantime, it's Gisborne East Coast giving Wellington a real tussle, and that one just clipped it there. Davinia Mills, a little kiss. The bowls just clipping the jack, and she certainly hasn't given up, even though she's been slowly overtaken by Lisa White from Wellington, the left-hander. And we're just having a little look down there. And as we see it...
Finger measures.
Okay, so it's on the
there?
forearm.
So he's sort of...
Okay, so he's doing it off the forearm
He's
as
using
such.
it
But
yeah, uses the fingers.
that's not the most accurate to me.
I have issues with it.
Yeah. It's a visual aid rather than an accuracy measurement.
Yeah, I tend to just to look. And I'm like, oh, I can see if it's closer or not, but that's okay.
If people do disagree with Alex, I'm sure on the YouTube channel, if you feel like making a comment, I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
But to me, it's a visual aid rather than an actual correct measurement.
Yeah, I agree.
And we're looking here, and it, well, at the moment, that looks like a 2, possibly 3 to Lisa White. Oh, but then she didn't touch early on, and that one goes right through the middle. And so let's just have a look at this and see which way the points have gone.
Sure, it's only one.
The lollipop. Okay, blue. So that was that a 1 or a 2?
Yeah, it looks like 2 at a glance to me. Oh, we'll find it. Maybe we'll see measures again.
He's shaking his
He's
lollipop.
got one lollipop out.
And all smiles there from Lisa. I'm not too sure. I think she's chatting to her friends on the other rink.
Someone will have said something funny. Probably Dale. She's pretty funny.
Right.
So we see Lisa
And
get the measures.
she's going for another one. Where's she going on this?
Going from the jack to Davinia's bowl first by the looks, and then back to her one. Using the duster as a kneeler to, I don't know, protect her knees.
Now, let's have a look.
It looks like that one she measured first was closer, but didn't she just measure Davinia's bowl?
There's a lot of measuring going on.
Yeah, that's what we know. One, just one.
And so this is still 1? Okay, well, just the one. She goes to 18. In the meantime, Wellington just chipping away with a slightly bigger lead now. 15-9 over Gisborne East Coast in the pairs.
It's some good leading. Sarah Tokumo's got the
That's
black
looking
bowls.
pretty good. No.
It's a bowl from Dale Rayner. If it sits there, it doesn't sit down. If it hadn't sat down, it was a good bowl, but it sat down and it's made the target that little bit bigger.
And we have, should be now 18-15 to Lisa White for the Wellington Centre against Gisborne East Coast, and that's Davinia Mills. And that one's certainly starting out wide. And staying out wide.
Yeah, just on that high line. Davinia on the back end. Interesting. See this bowl.
That's looking pretty good. It may have too much turn.
Yeah.
It's got just a little bit. Distance isn't too bad.
Yeah, it's good enough first bowl. It means that there's something that Lisa has to beat if she wants to score.
And a few laughs in the background there. Someone said something funny. And
We don't have a mic on them, as we
Oh,
see.
that's probably quite good at this stage.
Probably the safest option.
But tell me something, with a tournament like this, the players, I guess they're all staying wherever they're staying, but they're all going to socialise and stick around and watch the others play?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the men aren't just going to go, okay, well, that's enough.
Yeah, they will do, and they'll ordinarily the teams. I mean, there's only a certain amount of places a large group of people can eat food anyway.
Right.
So the teams are likely to have dinner in the same place and stay around for a bit of convivial conversation afterwards.
A few good places in Browns Bay if they didn't feel like sticking around at the club. And let's have a look. Where are we measuring here? We're looking at
1 down, he says. So Davinia must be holding the shot.
Yeah, so what are we got to do here from Lisa White? I think she can actually knock away. Well, she's not going to try on this one. She can.
Just trying to get within that target. If she moves the jack back a little bit, she's got her bowl sitting there waiting for it at sort of 7 o'clock. Another one a little bit past.
Well, but isn't that a move too far already? She's anticipating like a chess game. She's anticipating quite a way away.
Yeah, it is. It's often, well,
You know,
it is
I have to
like,
hit the jack firstly and then back it back towards my other bowl, whereas the one that I hit it with stays where it goes or wherever. It's quite a lot of anticipation as to what's going to happen.
It is a bit like chess. You sort of, bowls is about chucking your bowl on the area. So you don't aim for...
I'm going to have to stop you from saying the word chucking very shortly because it was something I was always told as a youngster to never say the word
chucking. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do, but I've got no promises. Hiff, does hiff work? That's a synonym.
Move, hit, bowl.
Rolling.
Yes.
I don't know. Bowls is about placing your bowl. There you go.
That sounds so much classier. And
area.
that is a great placement
She's
there.
Done there. She's placed it well. Very good shot. Moved it back. Maybe enough to bring in that second one at 7 o'clock.
Well, she's looking at 1 at the moment. And I don't think she can get more than 1 by the looks of things. It's whether or not she can keep that 1.
That's the question. Davinia on the forehand.
Oh, I don't think it's going to do much damage, is it?
She wants it to hit one of her bowls now.
They'll have to come extremely around. It's not going to, though.
Yeah, just drawing second shot.
So we're looking at 1.
1 there. That's a good enough bowl.
Well, it takes it to 19, though. Moved ahead quite nicely. 1 to Wellington's up to 19. Is that right?
Yeah, they are. Oh, cheers. So she's sort of inching away. I don't think she's got more than 4 points in front of Davinia. And she's back to that 4 points in front now. So it'll be interesting to see. She'll sort of have that in the back of her mind. It's like, look, I'm 4 up again. To see if I can score again and just get that. You want the gap to be bigger than 1 end's worth.
Now, do we have anything coming in from the 4s? So we might have to do a little bit of a check on that and see what we've got from the 4s. We can see in the top right of the screen the pairs. And that score hasn't moved for a little while. Wellington 15, Gisborne East Coast 9. We'll check on the 4s in just a moment. Let you know if one particular centre has moved away. Obviously, this particular competition is the top 6 centres. They've been fighting it out to get there as well. The centres in the women's event, well, we've got Central Otago, Gisborne East Coast, as you can see. Tibbs Valley, Nelson, Wellington, again, as you can see on the screen, Wellington against Gisborne East Coast, North Harbour, and defending champions Nelson. The men's, well, we had Auckland earlier on who beat Marlborough. There's also Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay, Southland who are the defending champions, and Wellington. So they've all had a few fights to get there. And we're checking with Wellington in front. Is that right in the 4s, or we're still checking on that score at the moment?
Yeah, I think in the women's side of the draw, Wellington are 6-5 up in the 4s after 8 ends.
Okay, so still quite a way to go.
Yeah, so leading in the 4s, leading in the pairs, and leading in the singles, but they're not big leads. It would be good for Wellington if they can go into tomorrow knowing that they're at least 1 match in front.
Yeah.
That means that even if they lose their first match tomorrow, they're sort of guaranteed playing for the winning of it on their second game or the second round.
And we've got 2 of the Wellington bowls at the back together. In the meantime, though, blocking the view as such from behind is Gisborne East Coast. And let's see what Mills has got here.
Yeah, Davinia just looking to put, I just about said the word. I didn't say the word, Dave. Looking to place another bowl.
You could even put it if you really wanted it.
Yeah, put it somewhere. That's pretty good. She's
Oh,
holding
wow.
2. Beautiful line there.
At
If you
the
look
moment,
at the
yeah,
green, they will
superb.
take it. See Lisa with her 3rd bowl to make a correction on her first 2. Taking a nice line. Just willing it on. It's easy to underplay this bowl. She's put her first 2 bowls far too far past. And yes, fallen short there. Davinia switching to her backhand because Lisa's bowl will look like it's in her way. The sun's come out and is blinding us.
And looking at the men's results, as you can see on the screen, it is Auckland 19-9 against Southland in the men's singles. So they'll be fairly happy with that. It looks as though it's going to go Auckland's way. The other 2 contests, I'm not too sure at the moment, with the pairs 13-7 to Auckland and the 4s 6-5 to Southland over Auckland. In the meantime, we've got a real big bunch gathered at the back behind the jack, and if we finish right here, it'll be 1 point, it looks like. Is that 1 point?
I would say Davinia's
Wow.
holding 1, Gisborne's holding 1, and Lisa's going to overplay this bowl. So here's an opportunity for the Gisborne player. We said before Lisa hadn't been more than 4 points in front, and she's not going to be 4 points in front after this. If she could just move the jack 8 inches, that's 4 points. She's been close with her last one, so it's a big chance here for Davinia.
Well, what she's doing coming off the backhand, this could actually be to her advantage.
Yeah, this is
All the
close
other
if
ones
she
seem
gets-
to have come from the forehand.
Is it going to get the jack, Dave?
Oh, no, she's not. Just, hands on the
on
hips.
hips.
It's like, you've got to be kidding me.
She played it with perfect
Yeah.
weight too. So she's thinking, how did I miss?
So this should be just one.
I think it'll just be the one there to Davinia, and that's the one that Lisa's conceded.
Yes. And just one.
She'll be disappointed with that golden opportunity. Just
Yeah, there was a hands on the hips, like, how dare you?
it's not on.
And we have one more to Wellington in the pairs. So 16-9.
And Dale Rayner's bowl there, you see in the thumbnail, just sitting down for the shot. And Davinia delivering the jack.
And that looks to be pretty good, that jack.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any full length ends, have we, Dave? There's
No.
nothing that's gone from 2 to 2.
So we have Gisborne East Coast Centre.
Giving all the sound effects.
Let's see what we've got here. With this first one, this could be quite tidy as the first bowl.
Looking just to hold that little bit.
Oh, it did.
Oh,
It wobbled. It was turning. That just like, it was like remote control.
that's unbelievable. I think I did that.
Wobbled to one side and then pretty much came back.
Probably had a little imperfection of the green, or we saw
Something.
often if players dump their bowl a little bit, or we saw earlier on that marker throw the jack into the ground. If a bowl dumps, doesn't put a divot in the ground, but just slight undulations. If a bowl hits
Well,
it,
that
exactly
really
the
seemed to
right
hit
angle,
something.
It definitely hit something there.
Now the towels, they're going to use to be like a cricket ball, rubbing of the cricket ball to get that extra shine.
They're called the bowls duster.
Bowls duster.
Bowls duster. Often people like it as a comfort blanket. I have one as a comfort blanket. I need to, when I play out, do I sort of hold on to the bowls duster there? Sort of, it's a calming, it's like a stress ball. But if it does get a little bit damp, often your bowls pick up grass, so you use it to take the sort of stuff off the bowl.
I'm going to like this bowl.
I think you're right. Waiting for it to come back.
Is it too far? The idea was that now the only way she's going to be able to get rid of, we're talking about Lisa White, get rid of that bowl which is just in front of the jack, she's going to have to, well, she's going to have to, I don't think she can knock it through on the drive, she's going to have to get it from the side.
Yes.
I mean, how would you get the bowl which is just in front of the jack?
So what would come into play is jack movement. That's interesting.
Oh.
There's definitely an undulation there.
Yeah.
Now it's almost impossible to get rid of it without the jack moving.
Yeah.
But because Davinia's bowl's not a toucher, if Lisa did hit that, that's actually quite a good shot to play.
Right.
because the bowl would go out of bounds, the jack would go into the ditch. Fine. But looking like she's opting just to try and draw close. Is it her last bowl, Dave, or is there another one to come? I've lost count.
There's
1, 2, 3.
That could be it.
If there's another one to come, I can see it there on the ground. Oh, she would have been looking to get past here because she was probably going to then hit it. You know, she could have put a bowl to the 2 metre and then given it a smack.
Yeah.
I think she's just fallen a bit short. She'll have a look at this head and decide what to do. Davinia, conversely, will know that Lisa's probably going to hit this, so we'll see a back bowl here, I think. Or we won't.
That's going to go quite nicely.
Well, it could have gone quite well. It went quite nicely for Lisa.
Yeah. It looked nice initially there for the Gisborne East Coast player. However, didn't quite fall where she wanted.
It's gone literally as badly as it possibly could have. She's popped the jack back. She was just trying to add another bowl to the head, and she played it well. She probably missed by half a bowl, and it's been a bit unlucky to pop the jack back there, and Lisa holding one now. And that might be the difference in this game, because Lisa would have had to play a bowl to try and score, and now she's playing a bowl to add a bonus. Just catching herself there mid-delivery.
Just pull up and try again.
See this bowl. That doesn't like that one.
Oh, she picked up the mat barely after she'd actually started the bowl. And Central Otago look as though they've got the singles and the women's comp against North Harbour. In the meantime, what have we got, a double there?
Yeah, one there, I think it was, to Lisa. So she should be on 20 points now.
Should be. Yeah, we'll wait that point to be added on.
Within 5 points of.
It's a bit of a concern there for Lisa in that one, though. She looked as though she wasn't going to get anything there for a little while.
Yeah, she'll feel like she's got out of jail a little bit there, and sometimes psychologically, like, I'd be unsurprised to see Lisa kick on and have this game wound up in 2 or 3 ends.
Yep.
Because she just got out of jail. She was staring down the barrel of 2 or 3 down.
Yeah, she was.
Her opposition played her shot for her. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets a bit of confidence from that. Goes, oh, well, you know, the game's just going to fall my way.
Here she goes with bowl number 1 at 2016 up. Remember, it is the first 25, not 21, but 25. Whereas in the pairs, it is the best of 18.
Yeah, 18
or at the
ends.
end of 18.
At the end of 18 ends.
Rather than best
of.
of.
Scorers, yeah. Lavinia on her backhand. I wonder how she is feeling after that last end. Yeah, we see her just missing her line length a little bit there. Lisa will just look to chuck another bowl close. She's, oh, sorry, Dave. I'll fix it for tomorrow to put another bowl near the jack. After placing the first bowl, maybe 2 feet short of the target area.
It's coming through nicely. It's just rolled or fell the wrong way in the end. And the Wellington 18-9 up in the pairs, and 2016 up here as we come around a different way.
She's just diving away.
And no, it doesn't really help that much, does it?
No, it's a bit of bowl, but she's still 1.5 to 2 down. Well, there's still plenty of room though. I think Lisa's switching to her forehand side. Yeah, we're looking to get one close, put the pressure on us. We see Dale Rayner on the thumbnail draw a side toucher, leading that pairs now 18-9. So beginning to look convincing. The Wellington centre.
Too far behind that one.
Lovely line. We see Davinia on her backhand. Steering this one down. She needs it to just run that a little bit more.
Oh, no, not good.
Yes.
It is.
Very good little feather there.
Oh. Just rolls logo up. So the pressure goes back onto Lisa White.
Dale drawing another toucher there on the thumbnail. 2 good bowls there from Dale Rayner. The women's peer skip for Wellington as Lisa walks down after this bowl, trotting down after this bowl.
This is going to be good. It may bounce off her own bowl. No, it's too early.
Good try. She gave it every chance, really.
So aside from potentially mucking this up, this end should go to the Gisborne East Coast player.
Should do. She's taken a nice
make
wide
a bit
line.
Of a disaster, really.
She would have just been thinking, well, last end I gave the shot away.
Yeah.
A lovely weight there from Davinia, but not coming back in enough, so she scored a point. And Lisa's still not more than 4 points in front of her opposition.
No. And just the one there.
1.
In the meantime, it is the men's results. What have we got there? Wellington and Marlborough having a bit of a tight tussle.
Yeah, good
in
battle
the singles,
there.
Yeah.
Wellington leading 2018 in the singles, trailing 6-15 in the pairs after 12 of 18 ends, and locked at 10-all in the fours after 10.
And looking across Auckland and Southland, it looks as though the men's singles there will go to Auckland, 19-9 ahead over Southland at present.
The pairs tighten right up, hasn't it? 13 each after 12.
And the fours still got quite a long way to go. So let's see what we've got coming in on this one. It is
Davinia on the forehand, trailing 17-20.
too much. No. The turn wasn't too bad.
It's almost that same little straightener that we saw came back this way last time. There must be something in the green on the rink. Just stops the bowl from swinging at the very end of its track. Lisa on the backhand, willing this one on. Lovely bowl there.
Just going
Lisa
behind.
White. Sits down, it's real good. It's real good. Well done. Davinia staying on that side. Down to the weight of this bowl, I think. Not a million miles away.
Go to, just about hits and continues on a little bit further. So at the moment, if we finished it here, it'd be 1 to Lisa White.
Let it go. Watch this bowl. Come back in. That's beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful bowls.
They're just
Nothing
lining
else
up.
I can say. And it's a 1-bowl target as well, so
Yeah.
even if you want to hit that, it's hard stuff to do.
Lining up one behind each other, and it goes to possible 2 points at the present time. This one's going to be too short.
Now the question.
And there's that wobble again. I mean, it really is happening all the time if you go across the front.
Just at the very end of its track.
Yeah.
It just straightens up. It must be a undulation of the green. So we see Lisa.
That's going real wide.
Yeah, she's on 20.
At the moment, she'll get 22, right?
Yeah, she would, and she's got 2 very good bowls. So, although that's not where she was aiming, she won't be unhappy to have missed by that much because she hasn't made the target bigger. You know, you'd almost be happy. You always go like, I want to score 2 on this end. Where do I put a bowl to cover in case it does move? Davinia on the run, I reckon. She's going to get it. She's swinging away.
No,
Right in
it's
between.
just in between everything. It's like a target of missing everything, which takes a lot of skill at
If
times.
you'd said go through that gap, that would have been a challenge. So we see Lisa there, and that's a good view on the mat from what Davinia would have seen, a 1-bowl target. Lisa holding 2. She'll be looking to make this 3 and go to 23 points.
Oh, she's got it wide open. That's not necessarily the most difficult one to get.
She's going to get more than 4 points in front, I think, this time, Dave. On the backhand side. Well, it's not narrow.
Nice. No, it's not. It's not going to come through at all. So this will be 2 points for Lisa White of Wellington. And
taking a 22.
that's still fairly good. She's going to be pretty happy with that. As Centro Otago has a 23-14 lead in the singles over North Harbour. In the meantime, let's see what these two players can do, as it is 22-17.
What scorecard there?
Nope. Oh, the markers left a scorecard behind.
Wellington maintaining their lead in the pairs. As we look at one of the shots, turning, holding, no turning too much. And in the meantime, it looks fairly inevitable that Wellington and Lisa White will take this, or we're going to have to see something fairly remarkable come out of Davinia Mills here from the Gisborne East Coast.
Yeah, it's, she's beginning to look a bit quite convincing here as Lisa White, and at the same time that she scores 3 points, Davinia's equation is 8. Ish. Yes, 8. Davinia on the forehand. Had some opportunities in this game. She's played some very good bowls, so it's not impossible, but Lisa will be feeling comfortable.
And almost converging with the pairs bowl there for a second, but
yeah.
That it was looking fairly good, but too much of a run on. And the Gisborne East Coast player, one quite out wide, or quite deep.
Lisa on her backhand looking to make a correction off her first bowl.
Well, it's going to be very late.
Turning into quite a loose head, this one, these first 3. To be fair, we're getting into sort of, it's not quite twilight yet, is it? But it will be cooling down, and that does change how the greens play. The Maniototo sort of shifts around a bit. So sometimes the rink changes before you realise it has, and it takes an end or two to figure out if it's you putting the bowl in the wrong place or if the bowl's doing something different.
Alex, I'm a little bit concerned about the amount of V bottles that's scattered around the studio at the moment.
I wouldn't be.
That's 3 of them.
It's for decoration.
Yes.
It's a nice green cast. Not sponsored by V.
You drink enough of their stuff.
It's good. Yeah, get pickled. We see Lisa on the backhand. So Davinia played a really good bowl then. She switched hands, didn't she, to her backhand side.
Well, this particular end is not the greatest.
It's a loose one.
Albeit that you've got one from Davinia.
And Davinia on her backhand here. So we'll see how this one comes back in. She's taken a nice line. It's a lovely green to this bowl. Great shot there.
That's going to work. That is going to give her 2 at the moment.
Yeah.
Unless we could see Lisa White come down the channel, and she's going to have to do something. Is she going to go for it?
It'll be tempting.
Inside, or is she going to try and
up.
blast it off? No.
Yeah, she's going for a hit.
Well,
she's close.
It's going to go.
She's close.
It's. Well, she's not. Now it's only 1.
She put the hands on the head for Lisa White. She missed that by maybe a quarter of a bowl, and a laugh and a shake of her head. Fair enough. We see Davinia on the backhand.
And that end is going to go for Gisborne East Coast. They'll get 1 for that.
Yes, yeah.
Just
so
the 1.
It should be 18-22 now.
Again,
Race
that
to 25.
4 or 5 point.
Yeah.
The bonus there.
Lisa, it started off and Davinia, or Gisborne East Coast singles player, got up to not a comfy lead, but a 4 or 5 point lead, and Lisa then scored a few ends in a row, but she hasn't really been able to break away. She hasn't got more than 5 or 6 points in front.
Now we may see how the 4s are going. I'm sure we'll try and get a report back shortly, because we can see that we've got the 22-17, make that 18, and the pairs Wellington 18, Gisborne East Coast 10. Be interesting to see how far through the actual 4s we are. And,
it is important. 5-10 after 10 is the score to Wellington in the 4s. So they've taken a 5 point lead.
10.
Yeah, 5 ends to go, because they play 15 in the 4s.
That's right.
So Wellington if everything stays the same,
we are coming to the conclusion of the pairs as well. We're through 15 of 18. Obviously in this singles 22-17, you have to be fairly remarkable, fairly good comeback for Gisborne East Coast to come through. And we're just getting further updates from the pairs. And it's going to be a hard one. So let's have a look at this coming around. And she's really hoping for a late turn.
She's got the right weight. Watching it come
Actually,
back.
It's working. It's really working.
Great shot there.
That is, looks to be the closer of the two at the present time.
Yeah, pretty to watch from Lisa White. And she knows that she just has to score in 1s and 2s. As we see Davinia on the forehand side. Not far away.
Oh.
Now will it do the little straightening thing?
Here we go.
Straighten up. Here it goes.
Oh.
I tried to. Just Lisa's ball got in the way before.
What's he going to say here?
I think one to Gisborne.
Just a fraction.
And what's your...
That one there shot.
He literally pointed at it. I don't know which one he pointed at. I would say that it's one to Gisborne East Coast.
I think he pointed at the Gisborne East Coast. The Wellington is the, I guess, the furthest to the right.
The one at 3 o'clock. I think it's probably one to Gisborne East Coast. We see Lisa here. Backhand.
Hasn't got enough on it.
It's ran out of oomph. And I think Davinia will be brave here and just play another bowl there or thereabouts. If she gives the shot away, such as life. Got to try and get another one close. She would like to score more than 1 point. Taking a very high line. Wait for this bowl to come back in. I think it's just going to get caught out in the rough a little bit. But still hold on to that one. So nothing's changed for either player.
So what we're expecting here is for Lisa White to bring it in from her right. And she doesn't want to go too wide, because what we've seen is if you go too wide, it hasn't been coming around enough.
Yeah.
That may well be the case here as well.
Waiting for it to come back.
And she's going to have to get a big bounce.
Waiting for it to
and
go.
She is getting a really big bounce.
Is it going to sit down?
I don't think it's going to work. We need to see it from the other angle to actually figure out which one's closer.
Well, Davinia seems to think that it's not a question, because she's just been played a bowl, so it mustn't be that close. And overplaying this one.
It's not going to work the way she wants, so let's see.
Lisa will ask.
And
great camera angle.
What do you think?
No
I
change.
think one to Gisborne East Coast. The mark is saying no change. What are you going to do, Lisa?
Wander off.
I think she's just trying to see the jack.
Yeah, that's probably the case. So have you got this huge gap in between a Gisborne East Coast and a Wellington one just in front of the jack. And don't go out too wide. I don't think she has this time, so this may work to her advantage if she can get it to come around. A late come around, and it is. It really, not too early.
Oh, great effort. It was a great effort there.
Some good bowling, but not quite.
Yeah, it'll be another point to Davinia Mills. She continues to chip away at that lead of Lisa White's. It should be 18-22.
And, well, just having another check.
Can you imagine?
She's saying, well, you know, umpire, I don't know if I agree with you.
Ooh.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't agree. Wow. Well, from the vision that we saw, we knew it was going to be close, but probably...
Be dramatic. We see Lisa.
So she's just measuring up her bowl at the moment.
Her bowl first.
Well, we got close, and then we're going to get close.
Okay, it's accurate.
Okay, what have we got?
Let's see.
Trying all angles.
That's not on the count. So now she's measuring. It's a great camera angle here.
I really thought that front one that she's just rolled out the way was the count.
Closer, doesn't it? Yeah, one to Davinia. The one to Gisborne East Coast there. So it is 18-22 and the race is 25.
And yeah, they just made it a little bit entertaining. He made it tight, and it's worth having a little look. You never know.
Yeah, keeps
Your
life
eyesight
interesting.
from different angles can actually affect what you think.
Davinia delivering the jack. She's pulled the mat right back. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe she's going for a 2 metre to 2 metre length jack. Just a bit,
This is
little
quite a
bit
long.
shy, but probably the longest end they've played, I think.
We'll just check on the pairs for the moment. They're very, very spread out plan at the moment. It's pretty much all over the place.
Yeah, I think the jack's moved a little bit. Dow, I know the opposition skip just falling a little bit shy. Dow having a look at that head and the pairs, trying to figure out the best way to get through to it. It can be like navigating an obstacle course sometimes. As we see Davinia's bowl on the main screen.
Well, she put it deep, and then her particular bowl was pretty good depth, pretty good distance, but then curving off a little bit.
Yeah, often with the longer green you have to take a little bit more green because your bowl's got more, a bigger track to run on. So it's got more time to turn, so you need to take a bit more green.
Well, I think what we've seen now for the first two is you're going to have to really bowl quite out wide to get it to turn back.
You've got to give it a chance to come back. Particularly on those longer ends, we see Davinia making a correction here. Which she has done, so now it's down to the weight. Looks like a nice line. Watch how much this bowl's going to turn at the end of this track.
Much better.
Comes back. Good shot.
I think on this longer one, we're not going to see it all gathered around the jack, are we? We're going to see it a bit more spread out.
Yeah, for the first time it's on the longer one, yeah, and then if they stay with that length, the players will have learnt what the correct line and green is and get it from their first ones. As we see Lisa's correction now.
That looks to be, no, it's going to be too much turn too early.
Beautiful line, so she just needs to add more weight with her next bowl. Whereas Davinia, her weight was good, and her green was actually okay, so she'll just put another bowl in that same area. As we see it make its way up the green. It's breaking point now. It looks okay, actually. I think it's going to be a pretty good bowl if she's got enough oomph.
Not too much. Oh.
Well, it's enough oomph to count, but probably not enough oomph to be as good as she would like. And Lisa's gone for the switch here to her backhand side.
So we'll just wait to read this one. Was having collision with the other. Yeah, it could be quite interesting. What would happen if that occurred?
The bowls get sent back to the players.
Okay. So it is effectively a replay.
Yeah, it has happened. I've seen it happen a few times. It used to happen more in the older days when we had faster greens and wider swinging bowls, so you had to go into someone else's rink for it to come back. Quite often there were collisions. It doesn't happen so much anymore, but still something to be wary of. We see.
So who do you think is actually closer here on your judgment looking from behind on the cameras here?
I'd say Davinia's bowl at 3 o'clock is the shot bowl, and second shot would be the one at 11, which is of Lisa's.
White, yeah.
But Davinia, if she can hold on to this, she's edging closer to that 20-point mark as well. Lisa will be looking to make that not happen.
A turnaround.
How much is it going to run if it gets in for the shot? This
I
is
think
a
it's
great
okay.
bowl.
I think it's okay. It's going to be number one. It is.
Yeah, great shot there from Lisa
There
White.
you go. That's one. And takes her up 23-18. Lisa White over Davinia Mills from Gisborne East Coast. That was a nice little late, albeit only one, but it was still just nice to get that 1 point back.
Yeah, good shot there from Lisa. And just within that more.
Now, what's happening in the men's results? Wellington and Marlborough there, Alex.
Good question. So Wellington has won the singles 25-18, so good one there for the Wellington player. And the pairs, which goes to 18 ends, Marlborough's leading 18-6, so it looks like they've won that one. And Wellington in the fours is 13-10 up after 10 ends. So that match on a nice
How many ends
really.
are we going to in the fours again?
15 ends, yeah. So it's, Wellington's
That's
won the singles. They've probably lost the pairs. So it's going to come down to the fours rubber that match between Wellington and Marlborough. As we see Lisa White, the forehand.
That is
Watching
nice.
ball.
It's coming enough, just behind the jack, and that's pretty satisfying. I think should be happy with that.
Yeah, great first bowl. Like if you get your first bowl there, your players at this calibre are very likely to put their next three pretty much in that same space, a very similar area, because they know what it feels like. Davinia just slightly overplaying that one. I think we'll see this bowl go essentially right next to the first one. I think Lisa will play a second good bowl here, and she's on 23, so she'll be able to smell a little bit of blood here, proverbial blood in the water.
And we're coming closer to a conclusion in the pairs as well. We're end of 16 of 18.
Yeah.
It is Wellington leading 18-13, although we just had the jack being hit there.
Yeah, Darwin just trailed the jack right back.
So we could have extra points coming on in just a moment. Not sure about the fours. Let's see, so we've got one close there. That is the Wellington bowl. Fairly close at the moment.
So as we are coming sort of to near the end of the coverage.
Yeah, what have we got coming up tomorrow?
For
What time
the
are we on tomorrow? 12:15?
Tomorrow we'll have a round without you, Dave, without your dulcet tones, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. And then you'll be back for the 12:15 round, the one that'll make all the difference. So we haven't decided who we're going to cover in round 4 and 5 yet, because it's going to be based on today's results.
Right. I would assume that it's probably in the men's B Auckland.
Yes, yeah, it'll be the ones that are likely to either make a run for first or are defending a first
We don't
place.
really, do we have a big leader at the present time in the women's?
No, we don't. And that's why this game's quite important, because if Wellington is able to win this match, they've essentially guaranteed...
That's not too much turn on that, I think. Yep.
Yeah, slightly too much. Because Wellington is the only team that's won 2 matches today, if they win this match, they will be at least 1 match clear of everyone else in the field. So they've guaranteed that even if everything turns as badly as it could, that their second round tomorrow, they'll still be playing for a potential winner's spot. And they could wrap it up tomorrow morning.
Well, let's maybe check on that fours that we have at the moment. See if we can check on that. In the meantime, we have Lisa White just jogging down behind this one. It's not going to be the shot that she wants, but at the moment she's got a 2. And that'll be enough to actually win it. So what can Davinia Mills do here, the Gisborne East Coast player? What can she do to prevent that 2 and prevent that loss?
Yeah, holding the win. Big bowl here from Davinia Mills on her backhand.
Is she able to knock these 2 out the way? The 2 from Wellington that are closest at the moment. And no, she's going to have too much turn on it.
That's what
too early.
To do. It's just going away.
And it is 2. It is 2. It should be 2.
That's the singles. And just quickly, the women's fours scores 15-5.
How many ends is
12
that?
ends of 15. So it's looking like Wellington
should take that.
Is going to...
And we'll have a win here.
Yeah.
And then the pairs, wow.
5 the difference.
It's, yep, there we go. That is shaking hands, and that is 25-18 to, well, a very good win there. Lisa White, the left-hander from Wellington, takes that out over Davinia Mills. 25-18 from Gisborne East Coast.
If we just sit back for a second, Dave, we're going to watch a nice ad about Somerset Retirement Villages, and then we can see the end of the women's pairs match between Wellington and Gisborne East Coast.
Today we're making new friends. We're building a community, and we're still doing all the things we love. We're getting the most out of every day. One day we'll rest, but not today.
Let's get ready now for the pairs. And the pairs here, we know that obviously Wellington has taken the singles. And it's a good win there for Lisa White. And then in the fours, it looks, well...
They're 10 up with
likely,
3 to go, so it's likely that they've won the fours. And it's
can they win this as well?
Yeah.
And make a full run of it?
A clean sweep and put themselves in a brilliant position going into tomorrow. Leading this game 18-13 after 16 ends. And of course, when this game is finished, we will bid you adieu. And you can check out the as a viewer, you can check out the results on the Bowls New Zealand
So
website and
the
Facebook
tomorrow
page.
again, the first game that they can see is what time?
It'll be at 9 o'clock, or 9 o'clock-ish.
9 o'clock-ish, okay, just after 9 o'clock.
Treating it around 9 with a cup of tea, and by the time you finish your cup of tea, we'll be kicking
and your
into
lotto winnings as well.
into the first one.
And then later on, we'll have the 12:15 will be the other matches.
The final round, that's right. And we're not sure. Yeah, we will. It's to be advised who we'll be covering, because we'd like them to be games that are relevant to the outcome of the national Intercentre competition. So wait and see. I suppose if you want the suspense, don't go have a look and just tune in.
And in the meantime, this pair's quite spread out. Who have we got coming up here to the mat?
Dale Rayner, I think, on her forehand. Wellington skip. And that's looking like, yeah, it is quite a spread out head. I think Sarah Tokumo, the Wellington leads bowl, on the left of your screen at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, the black one. And Dale sort of not quite making it
No.
with this bowl. She'll be a little bit disappointed with
Won't
that.
be happy with that one. And the green bowl there for Wellington. And we can just see in the corner, the top left-hand corner, it seems like another end has been completed in the fours. And I think we've got some checking of hands. I would suggest we have in the fours.
Yeah, the fours.
So that would suggest that it has been Wellington that has won that.
Yeah, 18-9 by the looks, or maybe even more. So Wellington has won this match. So this game is just for the game points.
Well, it's very, very spread out situation here with the bowls. I'm not sure which one is actually the closest.
If I was pushed to pick one for the closest, I'd say it would be the blue bowl that you can see to the left on screen. I think that's the closest shot. There's Meta here.
Well, this one may come in the closest, I think.
It's making
Hard
it.
to tell. It is.
Should be one,
It
yeah.
possibly is. No, they're still going in the fours.
Okay, so
Well,
then
it seems to be. Well, they certainly seem to be fairly happy with what was going on beforehand.
potentially there was 9 the difference, so that you can't win, but you have to play the game out. So maybe they were instructed to play the last end. Is it that, of course, as if it comes down to point stiff. So yes, they were 9 points up, which means unassailable position there for Wellington, but they have to play out the game.
Right.
And a great shot there from Darwayna, drawing the shot on her forehand side.
And I think they could be fairly happy with that. Now it's given them 2 by the looks of things. Some speeding car behind. Goodness gracious, you're in a shopping centre area. Slow down.
Oh, bit of motion sickness as we see.
That is.
She's close.
It's going to clip.
Oh, a little bit stiff there.
I think they're still going to give them 2 though. Should do.
Oh, that's Darwayna's bowl, the shot bowl. So it's 1 to Wellington.
So we've got a green bowl with the green bowl.
Yeah.
And sometimes, yes, we can see the Wellington colours now. At times, it's a little difficult to see.
That's just to challenge us, Dave.
It is.
So we see on this, the second to last end, the penultimate. I was going for penultimate, but I should have just said second to last. And there's now a 6-point difference, I think, to Wellington. So they should be 19-13 up. It was an okay year, 19-13. Better than the one after it. You're right, it has been a long day.
We can tell you the women's singles, it was Nelson against North Harbour, and Nelson taking up the women's singles, 25, I believe it was 18, maybe a little bit easier than that. Hawke's Bay looking, wow, Hawke's Bay and Bay of Plenty in the men's results, 2019 at the moment that we can see. Hawke's Bay over Bay of Plenty in the singles, 22-6, and the pairs to Bay of Plenty though, so that one's completed. All over the place.
Yeah, the pairs is completed because they've played 18 ends, so Bay of Plenty won the pairs there. And the fours 6-12 to Hawke's Bay after 12 ends of 15, so their singles will probably decide that one, I would suggest. As we see the lead for Gisborne, who is Jasmine Merrick, deliver her bowl. Another left-hander, Dave. A few of them around by the looks.
That's
nice line.
gone a little too far.
So 2013 is the score, so it's 7 the difference here. It is looking more and more like Wellington's going to clean sweep this round. It's been well fought. They've been made to work for their points, though, haven't they?
Well, we are still going in the fourth, and as we explained, they are effectively playing it out.
Unassailable, yeah. Just played out in case at the end of the day the matches are drawn and the game points are drawn. There's a count back that goes down to ends 1 and points diff and all that sort of stuff.
Well, let's see if anybody can get close to the jack here, because at the moment they're certainly hanging behind. And this one is.
We see Jasmine.
No, it's not.
Just pulling up that little bit short. So now it's the turn of Sarah Tokomo on her forehand side. She can probably keep the same weight as her first 2 bowls and just sort of look to hit the Gisborne bowl out of the way or pull the jack back, either. It's falling short there. Enough for one. So good bowl. The skip indicating that Jasmine has sort of 2.5, 3 feet to work with.
It's fairly straight so far. No, now it's got the turn.
Yeah, it looks slightly on the tight side.
So, who are we looking at here? There's no one really within cooey of it.
Yeah, it's a looser shed. Wellington with the advantage because they've got 2 nice back bowls and the shot. So Dale will probably play her forehand side, which is to our left as we see it, and just look to get one close. Going for a drink of water, maybe. Or is she just, what's she doing? Just going for a walk.
Another one there, yeah.
And picking up the light green bowls is Dale Rayner. And opting to play her backhand by the looks. Nope. So
and ready on the backhand. It's coming around. It's going to come around quite nicely, actually. It could.
How's her weight?
It's going to knock out of the way. No, it knocks it closer, though. Is it closer?
It is closer, yeah.
It
It's
is,
a good shot there.
Not what you wanted.
So for Gisborne East Coast, they're trailing by 7. They probably need to score a 3 here because that means they need to get a 4 on the last end. You don't really want to be scoring 1s and 2s because it's such a challenge to, if they want to win, they'll be looking for a 3. So it's almost tempting. If she doesn't do something good with this bowl, it'll be tempting just to try and find a way to kill the jack and replay this end so you can score a 3 or a 4. On the forehand side, if she draws the shot, it's a good bowl.
It's slow. It's real slow.
Still going. Good bowl.
That's going to be the best.
Yes, that's one. So that'll give you a lot of confidence.
Well,
because,
if you look at that,
yeah, it is one because it's level with the jack. So she should feel like she can do that 2 more times. If she does it 2 more times, they score a 3, which means they're 4 down last end, which is good. Dale overplaying this bowl.
And no chance that getting anywhere near where she wants. So let's now get ready for the last couple. And the darker green here of the Gisborne East Coast Centre. Of course, the Bowls New Zealand National Intercentre Championships at 2022. The Browns Bay Bowling Club. We've had pretty fine weather. The jackets have sort of almost come off for most of the competitors. As we see now, this one is going to
guts right into the the guts of that bowl.
Yeah.
She'll be looking to make it more than the one that it is. So you don't really want to be 6 down last end. That means all 6 of your bowls have to be counting. That's asking a lot. I think she's underplayed it.
For a little shuffle down the green, following it up.
Well, she thinks it's close. So we watch this bowl.
Good. It is
It was
close.
close.
It's got too much roll on. Has it got too much?
Oh, I reckon that's 2. What
Yeah,
a bowl.
it is. That's just been exact. That's just about perfect.
Great shot. Is it finished?
A few smiles? No.
Would have been nice to know that was the last end. That's okay.
Okay, now we're considering it the last end. And,
no, it is the last end. So they've played 17 ends, so this is the 18th end. So we see there a good win by the Wellington team, Dave.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with the 3 love taking away the victories in the singles pairs and the fours as well. The score's not quite correct there at the moment, but we can tell you that they did definitely win the singles and now the pairs that you've just seen and also the fours. So the Wellington women's team, one of the teams to beat as we go into the final day tomorrow. In the men's, I guess you could probably say, Alex, that the Auckland men's team is probably at this stage the team to beat as we look at the last day.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're interested in seeing the full results, of course, just have a look on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page or website, and the full summary of results will be there within, say, half an hour of the teams finishing. So go have a look at about 6:30 and you get a full list of results.
And coming up tomorrow, just after 9 a.m., you'll be able to see the first part of the coverage. And then from 12:15, we'll be having the final round-robin matches to decide the winners here at the Bowls New Zealand National Intercentre Championships.
Yeah, it was good.
I mean, tomorrow won't be quite as long in the afternoon, will it?
No. Right. What am I doing?